This is the story of a man named Game Guy.
What even? Video game is gonna make me mad. It's gonna load in full screen. I'm just gonna... Oh my gosh, it's loading in full screen. I'm so happy. There's a lot of crows involved. I guess. Maybe someday I will be allowed to... Okay, well, it's making me pick a language, I guess. I don't know. Sure, whatever. I have not played this before. Thank you for asking, video game. Cool. Can I change it to not full screen so the people can see what I'm doing? That'd be cool. Why is the current time relevant? Mr. Watch, help. Help. Why is it AM, PM? Why can't I change the AM and PM separately? I guess is my question. That's my important question. Accessibility, I love that stuff. Okay. What is this mythical menu you speak of? Oh my gosh, a mythical menu. I want to be windowed, pretty please. Pretty please. There's like weird voices happening. No, I want that one. Okay, finally, we are in a place where I can do a thing. Yeah, so let's just. Alright, got it. Video games can ostensibly happen now. What is? Like, actually, what is? You're welcome, Tressa. I'm glad I could help, but what? Why does it look like this? It's gonna be another game where I have to, like, friggin' do a window capture, because if it is, I'm gonna be mad. Not a window capture, but, like, the other thing. Display capture. Why is... Yeah, because you see my mouse, but obviously you don't see anything else. Okay, that's fun. Okay, cool. Here's my gosh dang display capture. Okay, well, it happens to be in approximately the correct location. This just means I'm not allowed to minimize ever, which is always fun. Because yeah, if I minimize, you're gonna see my horrific Twitch dashboard. Absolutely horrific. Nobody wants to see that. Yeah, I know, right? It's great. I'm gonna trust every other setting to be fine, so whatever. Yo, credits? I love credits. They're the best.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
I don't believe you.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year.
That sounds fun.
Although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
I love the cubicle in the void of space. It's
And
my
then
favorite.
One day, something very peculiar happened.
A video
Something
game?
that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi.
Hi.
Never
Oh,
in
sorry.
all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Thank goodness. Is what's wrong the fact that Boo Cancer has 888 HP? Because I'm okay with that. Wow, look, time was relevant. No, it wasn't. That's not what time it is. Clock, you're wrong. Why'd you let me put in the time if it's not even correct? I'm mad. I'm actually mad. Chair, you're intangible. How do I sit in you? That's fun. Anyway.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
I don't know.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Sorry, door stuck. Somebody left their papers on the ground. Boy, the sun looks blinding today. I love it. Beep. Well, where were you earlier, Mr. Watch? Gosh. Oh, I can interact with things, I guess. Yeah, turn off computer. I kind of wish I had like an aiming reticle to tell me where I'm actually aiming or whatever. That might be useful. Stare at the art. The buzzer will sound after staring at the art. I don't know. Alright, somebody got a step ladder. That's exciting. That's not a step ladder. That's a regular ladder. That's a big boy ladder. I love field. Alright, there's a chair meeting going on. How come that guy gets a number in hexadecimal? I'm sad.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Why door close? Okay, I'll listen to you, narrator. I trust the narrator. Alright, there's another blinding sun in there. That's the same art as before. I'm mad. You can't just have the same art as before. That's probably cheating.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Alright. Alright. Alright, we're waiting for Friday at 4. Cool. There's a whiteboard manager. Sick. Aw, who erased? Who erased? Gosh, you can't just erase. You can't just use 2 different colors. I mean, look, there's one color of blue and then a different color of blue. You can't just do that. I don't even know what color that is. It's too dark in here. And somebody made an art up in the corner, I think. Possibly. Oblivion, why? Oh, there's a slideshow happening, apparently. Let's stare at the art. I don't cast a shadow. Why would I? You spelled you're wrong, idiot. Wow, look at all of these boards. I'm like not reading absolutely everything. Oh no, not Violet James. Anything but that guy. I love colored in segment. It's my favorite. Teenagers. Throw something in the ideas bin. Yep, that is the ideas bin. Everyone is you most of all. That is obviously. How do you monetize freedom? You know what? I already know the answer to that. Huh. The mythical broom closet.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Okay. Alright, yep. This definitely looks like the rest of the building. I can go to the bathroom, finally. Alright, well, you know. That clock is wrong, too! I'm mad. And this mirror is not very good. I'm mad because I don't make a flush noise when I click the toilet. Bad video game. Awful, dreadful, terrible. I love beige pages. The best. Alright.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number. 2845.
Wow.
But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
It's true. But I trust you, narrator. Please click.
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad,
Random
Stanley
buttons.
happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing.
Yeah, I know,
He
that's so
stepped
weird.
into the newly opened passageway.
Huh. Alright, I've learned. It's like bags of something. I love bags of something. They're the best. Button. I can do that. I'm good at button. We do be loading, y'all.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Oh no. Oops. Did I break it? I don't think I broke. I think it's fine. It's fine. Everybody, guys, it's fine. I didn't do it.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
All right. Okay, but how do I call 914? Guys, how do I call, guys, the light is on. Guys, but I don't, but there's no phone. Okay, maybe I'll find a phone in here. No, it's more likely in here. You're not a phone. Gosh dang it, I thought there'd be a phone in here. Endless void of darkness. I can't go in that.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself.
Is there a phone?
Did he have the strength to find out?
There's a path over there. Maybe that leads to a phone. I could use one right about now. Man, this is a way cooler cubicle than mine. Gosh. I don't think these computers are even real. They're just blocks. But no phone.
Now the monitors jumped to life.
Oh my
Their
gosh!
true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen.
Yep.
And Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Well, we can see who's fired. What's that blank one up there? That's cool. Have you seen a phone? I need to call 914. Alright. Just keep pressing
this
buttons.
mind control facility. It was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
I don't know, man. I'm still looking for a phone. This place is decidedly no phones.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never.
Not
it was
possible.
unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
I don't know. I guess we'll find out.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
I mean, that's cool and all, but I still would like a telephone, please. It's very dark in here. I would also like a light switch that turns on the anti-dark device. I forget what it's called. I'm too busy. I'm too focused on the phone. I don't have time to remember things. I can probably press glowy lights if I wanted to, but I mean, I've not seen a single phone in this entire nightmarescape. Is that the 5 button? I love 5 button. I did it. I pressed the 5 button. All right. Maybe there's a phone in here. We'll definitely find one. There's like text over there, but I can't read it. It's too far away.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
I'll do it. But did I find the phone?
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over?
I don't know.
Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away.
Thank
And yet,
goodness.
even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved.
Yeah, like where the heck is the
Had
phone?
his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him.
There's a tree.
For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking. but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know.
It's a very slow door.
It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
I will as soon as it's open.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him.
Wow.
This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen.
Definitely.
And Stanley was happy.
Cool. But where's the phone? I beat the game! I got my first achievement! Wow. The time is still wrong, and also a phone! Gosh dang it. Getting a strong sense of deja vu, though, but that's probably fine. Why did I want a phone again? I've already forgotten. Point is, we're here. I gotta figure things out.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
I don't know,
Stanley
man.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
My blade is unbending!
Ulbrich, shut up! Also, don't think I didn't notice you too, Cyrus, of relative audio. I definitely noticed both of you. And y'all are very loud. Input received. I have given input. This dang chair is in the way, mostly, and I'm mad. Okay, well, I've done one input. Boop. Why are there so many compoopers? Who leaves their computer on in the middle of the day? This one doesn't even have a power button. Who farted anyway? That's what I want to know. And there's nothing hidden behind the door. Can't believe.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Plant in the corner, what do you think? I don't know, man. Can't turn that computer off. Why not?
Yet there was not a single person here either.
Tips for
Feeling a
not
wave
getting
of
fired.
disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Yep, that seems pretty good. Love to see it.
Coming to a
Oh no, I
staircase,
tripped down the
Stanley
stairs.
walked up the stairs to his boss's office.
Ow. Oh, well, I guess I'm already halfway down. I may as well keep going. Why do I feel like I need to hit 914 all of a sudden? That's weird. I found the fire hose. Somebody
But
left a car
Stanley
down
just
here.
couldn't do it. He considered
Do
the
what?
possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy.
Nice.
And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down?
That's a good
Why
question.
did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they
Yeah.
simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming!
Huh.
He yelled. This is all a dream.
I definitely yelled that.
What relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
Aw, yeah.
Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And
My
then
name is
perhaps the
Stanley. I am dreaming.
strangest
I love
question of
pushing
them all
buttons.
entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking?
Good question.
Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley.
I guess.
After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that?
Well, it's a voice, it doesn't have
This voice was
eyes.
a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment and my wife and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine.
Where's the nearest tavern?
Tyrion, shut up. I'm having a moment.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Uh-oh.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Is it? If you say so.
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon
normal
turn
day.
to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like.
Do
And
they?
in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body.
Didn't even
And
call
then
the
she
police
turned
or
and
anything. I mean, because who would? Let's be honest. This is a crazy guy. Who cares? Gosh. Anyway, where was I? Button push. Alright, well, I've tried pushing buttons and it didn't work again. What do I mean by again? I don't know. Sometimes words just come out of my mouth. It's fine.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Why are all my co-workers gone?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting
I
room.
want to sharpen my
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
pencil.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Super crazy. Also, there was like an applause back there at some point. I did not parse it at all. I apologize. Is that solitaire on that computer? I bet that's solitaire. I bet anything. I can't believe it.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I sure did.
Yet there was not a single person here either.
You know, I thought there was like a
Feeling
hole in
wave
this
of
table, but I guess
disbelief,
it's glass.
Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Anything behind this door? That door didn't close automatically. I actually opened it. Well, I didn't open it. I closed it. Hey, look, a broom closet. Wow. There's a broom in here?
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Okay.
Coming to a staircase,
Careful.
Stanley walked
Careful.
upstairs to his boss's office.
I don't know. I just had a foreboding feeling there all of a sudden. I don't know what that was about. I don't know if I'd call this completely blind, because I've seen, like, bits and pieces of this game, but for the most part, it's blind. I don't know what's happening. I found the soap. I cannot interact with the soap. It makes a clicky noise, and that's all that happens. I vaguely remember seeing a screenshot of the mind control facility. So, glad we got that out of the way immediately. I've seen the demo. Wow. You hitting the panda? That's not a good business strategy. I can think of better business strategies. What was I here for? Right, using the elevator, I think. Alright. Up. It's only up, up, up at Edco. Accurate statement.
Where's the nearest tavern?
I don't know. Not here. Any crit just means that it's gonna be an increased amount. Like, I think with the buried ore chunks, like, the amount buried doesn't change, right? Maybe it does. It would have to, because you buried over 1,000, so... But I think you only spend the 1,000 anyway. Was I waiting for something? Man, look at that fluorescent paper. You see that? That paper do be glowing, yo. Why is the paper glowing? How come this one's not glowing? I'm upset. Alright. Alright, well, I went up. I went so up that I've looped back to where I once was.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk.
Yep.
What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
That's true. It's actually true. I mean, that'd be stupid. Can you imagine?
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
Oh, it's a 4-digit.
2845.
I feel like I should know this. 2846. No. 914. Dang it, it's gotta be another digit.
But it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself.
Huh, that's
and Stanley
weird.
got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
That was weird. How'd that happen? I can't believe I managed to find the secret. Another door? I agree. Well, I found... I thought it was a trash can at first, but it's like some kind of drum of something. I don't know. It serves some kind of purpose. I found darkness. I found the dark corner. There's like a cable up there or something. I love cables. I pressed the up button, game. How dare you? Listen, when you go into an elevator, all you do is press up, alright? Look, up. I'm telling you, up is the
Whoops.
answer.
Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's office?
Well, 'cause
that's
up.
a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
Listen, I'm just telling you, alright? Up. Up is the answer. Alright. I think I broke the elevator, so that's fun.
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office.
Yep.
Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving
you're
a
laying
rich
it on a bit
tapestry of
thick.
uncompromising narrative. Wow. I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
Alright. 1, 1, 1, 1. 1, 1, 1, 2. 1, 1, 1, 3. Dang it, this isn't working. I'm mad. Why is door closed? Why can't I make a piano key happen? It makes me very sad that the game is being mean to me.
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again.
There's the
Why?
nearest tavern.
Gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this?
I just want to go up. Why is this so hard? Look, we're going up.
Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator.
Yes, up.
I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me.
Me too. Yeah, why do elevators have a down option? Why can't I seem to actually hit up? Gosh, man. Who left this light on anyway? It's just a waste of electric. Oh no!
God, it's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a timeout here for a minute while I process this.
Alright. So how was everybody's day?
Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No, wait. No, I need more time to process.
Fair enough. Alright, well, back to our discussion. Oh man, you got food? I love food. I had that before the stream. You think it's okay for one of these water
All
birds
right.
to drink coffee?
I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley.
Listen, alright? I just want the elevator to go up. That's incorrect. That's weird. Anyway. Alright, G-Volt, just for you. I've seen a video about this once. Thank you. Eight. Anyway. Alright, maybe this time I'll go up. Alright. No! No! Click as up as possible.
Of course.
No!
Going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to even anticipate it. That's just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
Try it again. Just want to go up. He's not even saying anything this time, so we must be working.
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize?
What do you mean?
It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator.
It's up.
But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill. Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious, so fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow?
I mean, I guess. But I just
There
want to
we
go up.
go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, it seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly and frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story, the characters?
I guess.
Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises, to have to think and to anticipate, and then to marvel at the eventual reveal? This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years. And it's really all because of you.
I mean, I just
You're
want to
the
go
one who
up.
took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it.
What do you mean
this
exact
is unique
same?
And different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley, because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition.
Up.
You're a role model, you know? People look up to you.
Up.
Which is why... Oh, I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you, so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley.
Up!
I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh, good, we're here.
I want to go up. Why won't I? You know what? I'm done with the elevator. This one's clearly broken.
The room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
The world's healthiest human being. All right. All right. Maybe I'll find a working elevator over here. World peace, baby! Finally.
Ah, yes, here it is, just through this door.
I want to go over there. I mean, okay. I mean, that's what you went with? I mean, I guess, but okay.
Another door?
Yeah, another door.
All right, are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry. You'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you, Stanley. Okay, it looks like they're ready for you. Go get them.
Okay, but seriously though, maybe if I go up these stairs, I'll find the elevator. Yeah, guy who came with the pizza is a cool dude. Always invite him to your parties. Alright, everybody, here I am. It's me, the guy who wants to go up. I love your 2 frames of animation, everybody. Alright, what was I doing? I feel like I was looking up something. I don't know. I have so many memories right now.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Where are
What
they?
did it mean? Stanley decided to go
Boop.
to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Your eyes are now gone? What about now? Alright, well. Oh, I can close doors? I should close all the doors instead of just leaving them hanging open. Like some kind of monster. This door does not respond to my telekinetic powers. I guess never mind. Gosh dang doors. Who even? Who even? Can't even close these gosh dang drawers. The heck is the point of this place? Once again, I still kind of wish I had like a little reticle on screen at all times. It shows up sometimes. Just you know, not always. And it's weird to me.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Well, that one's immediately to my left, so sure.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I mean, I guess that sounds fun. I could, in fact, do that if I wanted to. I can't even make a clicky noise on this door. The heck is the point? Why is that door broken?
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room.
It's pretty
Stanley
good.
simply stood here, drinking it all in.
I could drink actually, but your vending machine seems to be of the not working variety.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room.
Yep.
A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
Yep. Somebody left their little notepad here. I can look at art again. There's even some different art.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality.
Listen, have you
It's
seen this
possible
art?
that this is why everyone left.
Listen, I love art of water. It's the best.
Stanley sat around
Field?
waiting for more dialogue, but when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
That sounds stupid. You're stupid. The mountain? I love mountain. See, okay, so like if the game's doing this thing where it's like, yo, this is the end of the dialogue, dude, trust me. In a game where previous encounters have happened, I don't know what to believe. Alright, well.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room.
Yeah, it
and took
unloaded
the first
and
open door on
everything.
his left to get back to business.
Yep. That sounds pretty good. Why do I remember this copy machine? Oh, that's probably... Alright, where was I trying to go again?
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door,
That's a
and
down.
got back on track.
I don't want to go down. That sounds stupid. Why would I do that even? It's just dumb. This door doesn't even click. Gosh, heck the dang.
Yet there was not a single person here either.
Wow, that's
Feeling
weird.
a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
This door swings both ways? What kind of wizardry is that?
Oh no, no, not again.
What do you mean again?
I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room.
Listen, I'm
Please
sorry. I
take
just
your
wanted to see
time.
the broom. Goodness, someone's being extremely passive-aggressive today. Gosh.
Coming
chill.
to a staircase,
And here we
Stanley
are.
walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Man, that guy just hates broom closets. I don't understand. Alright. I'm feeling down today. That paper. Why is this paper so fluorescent? I'm starting to think this elevator just doesn't work. It just kind of vibrates and just kind of vibes. That's all it does. I'll never see it coming.
The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks.
Why?
Not a living soul anywhere.
Oh no!
Could he really be all alone?
That's so weird!
This was too much for Stanley to take. Too much for any man to take. He fell to his knees, bursting into half moans, half sobs, the guttural retching of life from a man denied any hope, any reason to keep going. Here on the floor, he lay prone, paralyzed by fear for nearly a full hour.
That definitely
But when
happened.
At last he began to move about and survey the situation, he found a keypad behind the boss's desk.
Oh wow, that's
What
weird!
could it mean? Was it a sign of hope for Stanley's future?
Maybe?
Alas, it was not. For although this keypad guarded the terrible secret of Stanley's past, it had been assigned a 4-digit code so devious and so random that no man could ever hope to guess it. 2845.
8.
Statistically,
Eight.
nearly impossible to guess blindly, ever. Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
Man. I wish this worked for me.
2845.
I keep trying so hard. Why won't the keypad love me?
Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override
Aren't I
kicked
done
in,
yet?
and the door just opened all by itself.
Oh my
and
gosh!
Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
See, it worked. I told you it would work. Alright, up. You know what? I don't even care. This is stupid anyway.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
I definitely did that. I definitely didn't trip and run to the left on accident.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
I got a strange feeling. That's probably nothing.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
I mean, I can't even see the door from here, so I don't know how I would know that, but, you know, whatever.
At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
I mean, I guess. Wouldn't you? All right. Thank goodness I have those fall boots. See? Everything's fine. I got the fall boots.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise,
Mashy
he
spike
reflected
plate?
that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Okay, bye.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws.
Yep.
In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
That is definitely what happened. Definitely. Hey, look, boxes. And the afterlife still has boxes. Yep. I've heard of that
And
game.
yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
I don't know.
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you
It's a
see
map.
now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Yeah. Cool. Yep, that seems pretty good. Mm-hmm. The corridor! I love corridor. The two doors! Oh my gosh, I love filing cabinets. They're my favorite. Oh, so
Another
good.
door?
I knew it was solitaire. I knew it. I knew it. Get off. No, only me play solitaire. I can install later. The office. Can't even open these doors. Are these doors even real? I'm mad. But there's no 8. Good. I found the soundboard. Alright, well, I found the credits. Here are the credits, everybody. I mean, it's, you know, it's important to see the credits, you know. Everybody loves the credits. It's great. Credits are fun. There's that... where have I seen that before? I feel like I've seen that before. Oh, there's that dumb copy machine again. Why is it everywhere?
Blockage detected in antimatter turbine 8.
What was that? We have an antimatter turbine? What purpose does that serve in an office environment? Wow, it's the boss's office. I remember only one of those. There's the clock. It's wrong. Yeah. I mean... Yeah, it's like an hour ahead, I think. That's weird. I don't think I put the time in wrong. If I did, then oops. What What does that even mean? Did I just find, like, the freaking, Insomniac Museum? Is this a thing that I did? Freedom ending! Well, okay, but how, I just want to go up. Why is that so hard? Countdown room? I don't even know what that means. Freedom! Game design mock-up. Wow. I'm learning so much. I love cubicle behind a glass wall. Wow. I got slightly more filing cabinets over time. And one less computer? Ugh. Disgusting. The lounge. There it is. I love the apartment timer. I don't even know what that means. There's a lot of... I feel like I'm getting spoilers, potentially. I'm also maybe slightly lost. Zending. Zending. I don't know what that means.
Should be plenty.
I love levers. They don't work. Good. Alright. I love teaser trailers. That's cool. Oh no, things are on fire sometimes. That's scary. I'm leaving. The game is now paused. Thank goodness. We can see that right now. See? There it is. There sure are a lot of rooms in the Insomniac Museum. Oh, there's a button. Everybody loves button.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let time...
Well... Oh man, I have a splitting headache. Ugh, I should probably go,
Stanley knew the
Go.
office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a
Yeah.
matter of time.
You said just a matter of time, but the subtitle said only a matter of time. Can't fool me, game!
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I've decided to not.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Here I am!
Yes, This room. What a beautiful room. What a gorgeous, gorgeous room.
I love it.
Thank goodness Stanley had taken this detour on his way to the meeting room. Life without having experienced this room was now too horrible even to consider.
There's a coffee cup behind the chair.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Wait, what were we talking about? Sorry, I zoned out. Oh, I love drafting.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
True statement. All right. Oh my gosh. Boxes. I feel like I've seen these before. No. Penalty of misuse of cargo lift. Okay. I mean, fair enough, I guess.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
I don't know what that even means, but you know what? I followed directions. I didn't jump from the lift.
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life.
I can't read the
She's
sign.
been waiting.
I also have no clue what you're talking about. Yo, it's the ladder again. I love ladder. Gotta love ladder.
That's her, Stanley.
Huh?
You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
All right.
Oh, Stanley, is that you?
Hi.
Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha.
What do you mean?
Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
Well, I mean, okay, I guess. You finally allowed me to move. All right.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Okay, I'll press L.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
I want to go to bed. I'm very good at that. All right, here we go.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch.
I'm not doing
Now
any of those
he's
things
going
presently.
home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
You.
But in his mind, in his mind he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown.
My wife is
Fantastic
blocking the
discoveries of
microwave.
new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
Okay.
And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth.
That'd be pretty weird if
The
that
thought
happened.
excited him terribly.
Okay. I pressed
So
the wrong
he
button.
went further. He imagined that he came to two open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
Okay.
As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations.
My wife is
Down
blocking
one
the
path
filing
lay an
cabinets.
enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby.
I don't even know what half of that
The
is.
Stanley Parable.
That sounds like a good game name. Alright.
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
Okay.
But there is no answer. How could there possibly
My
be?
desk is
In
blocking
reality,
the filing
all he's doing
cabinet.
is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one.
Okay, I can do that.
And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
I mean, I'm gonna press it.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time.
Up.
And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button.
There's no button to push.
And I tried.
Oh, okay. Bye, world. Anyway, I was pushing buttons, I think.
Wait, Stanley thought to himself. Am I sure that the orders stopped coming in? How is that possible? They never stopped. Surely I was mistaken. No, the orders were still missing. For now.
What does that even mean? I want to do orders. I can do them, I promise. I ain't falling for that one.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Can I close this door?
The lounge was sublime, a work of art.
Art?
What was it about this room that called so deeply and so personally to Stanley? Its grace? Its subtle charm? No. Stanley knew it was something deeper. Something darker.
I guess blue. No, the green is a little darker, I think.
But eager to get back
Whoa!
to business, Stanley took
weird.
the first open door on his left.
I got very confused. Yeah.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Where are you? It's so dark in here. I found Fragile. Everybody loves Fragile. It's the best. I need to go back to the break room. Maybe I can find a flashlight down here.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track.
Look.
So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here, it's, left.
I trust you.
Oh, no. No, it's to the right. My mistake.
I trust you.
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh, dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
So unprofessional.
Right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Alright, I trust you. I don't think I can dislodge the lights from here or anything. Probably not.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is
you
all
mean?
a spoiler.
I've
Quick,
been here
Stanley, close your
before.
eyes.
Oh, okay.
Okay. We just have to get back to,
I won't look, I promise.
Who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
I did that once. Alright, what was I doing?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Yeah, maybe. It's possible.
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley.
Yeah, the door didn't say new
Did you change anything
content.
when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you
Another
move
door?
the story somewhere or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute
This
ago.
is so
I'm
unprofessional.
for sure that it's here somewhere.
I can't
Okay,
believe.
then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Where could it be? I can't even go in this door because there's chairs in the way. I love adventure. How come this door didn't open? Welcome to the labyrinth of offices.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
But what about the Minotaur? Oh man, what was I doing? Something about the back rooms? I don't remember.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
I don't know.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Boop. Alright.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go
Corner
back
plant.
the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Can you believe this guy? Everything he's trying to do is falling apart. Like, I feel like he's not even trying, if I'm honest.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes.
My office turned blue.
No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Gosh, man. Maybe he's trying his best, but it's not very good. can't even close this door. Man, this place is so
Now this-
run down.
Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win!
I did it!
Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all.
I thought it was
We
pretty
both
good.
know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Okay, fine. Same old, same old.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line.
All right.
Just follow the line. How simple is that?
It's pretty good. All right, I'll try my best. All right, here we go. Yeah, All right. All right. Yep. Okay. All right. Yep. Okay. Following the line. Following the line. Oh, we gotta dodge the boxes.
See? The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction.
Following the
Onward,
line.
Stanley, to destiny.
Here I'm going. I'm
Look,
following the
here's
line.
a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that
I
a
can't
destination
wall
is
climb,
inevitably
but
conjured
okay.
into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what?
trying to
I think
follow
what we
the
need
line.
right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Yep. All right. Following the line. Here I go. 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 You might think that I'm following the line, and you would be correct. That I am, in fact, following the line. To the best of my ability, at any rate. It's getting a little weird, but, you know, it's fine. You know, I can't even go up there. But I'm gonna try my best, because unfortunately this game just decided, you know what, you don't get a jump button or anything. Just gotta follow the line. 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 Following the line. Here I go. Following the line. Follow the line. It seemed weird, but I'm following the line. Follow the line. Following the line. Here I go. I'm following the line.
Cut the music.
Huh?
Go back and look at that fern.
I love ferns.
Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
You guys digging this fern or what?
And here we are.
All right, back to following the line. Following the line, following the line, following the line,
Wait,
following
what? We're back at the office?
following the line,
No,
following the
no.
line, following the
Line. You do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right?
Line,
The story?
following the line,
Is,
following the
oh,
line.
no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after
I-
we trusted
but
you.
I
after
followed the
everything
line.
we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Ah, what? No, but what about the fern? Okay, just follow the line
You
again.
know what, Stanley?
Oh, what?
I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're
Line?
intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
But the line. Alright.
Now, yes, this is exciting.
Is it?
Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do
There's
you
no
want
line.
our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination.
I imagine
Whatever
there's
it
a
might be,
line.
Stanley, I'm ready for it.
I imagine there's a fern. And a line.
Oh, no, not you again.
Hooray, line!
Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
What? But... Alright, fine. I'll try to avert my gaze. Well, it's difficult, actually. Okay, alright.
Ah, a choice.
I love
We
choices!
get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important, we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just
Another
walk in
door?
circles for a minute.
But that's a
Okay,
line.
So I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere at the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic.
Yeah.
Come, Stanley. Our destiny awaits.
Alright.
Oh, hold up. What's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending?
Oh no, the
And we're
spoilers!
supposed to restart the game what, eight times?
I love 8!
That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen?
I don't know.
So, okay. I guess now we just wait, you know. I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree?
I
I'm not
guess.
quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination, so I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
Ah! What about the bookstore?
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started.
I love
and if
rain.
It did, it stopped shortly after.
Oh, never
Stanley
mind.
hoped that he would one day see weather.
Well, I mean, it looks pretty blinding white outside today, so, you know. Whoa, new content? I ain't falling for that.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I mean, if you say so.
Yet there was not a single person here either.
Nope, no one's
Feeling
here.
a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his
Not even a
boss's
line.
office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Man, somebody really hates brooms.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I found the toilet. It does not speak to me.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk.
Got him.
That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Ah. My reward for being omniscient.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Thank goodness. Up. Dang it! I can't believe that this
Stanley
elevator
walked
just
straight ahead through
hates
the
me.
large door that read Mind Control Facility.
I sure am.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
I don't know, but I'm getting some deja vu from that platform up there. I don't know why. You know, this room reminds me, for some reason, of that one room at the end of Trial of the Sword in Breath of the Wild. Anyone else getting that vibe? I know I am, because I just said it.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
So many. I don't know why some of them are, like, separated up there.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Maybe. I haven't thought about it yet.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable.
This elevator
Wasn't
gets it.
Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
I don't know, maybe, if I feel like it. There's just so many shiny buttons in here. You know, I gotta love shiny buttons. Ominous red glowing thing. Everybody loves ominous red glowing thing. It's great. It's the best part of the room. Really brings the feng shui together. Unfortunately, I can't see. It is very dark. Man, remember when I was trying to get a flashlight? That didn't work out, did it? All right.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
I'm definitely gonna do it. Yeah.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control?
Yeah, why not?
Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex.
You can't just
How
say
long until
that.
detonation then? Let's say 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making
can't
it a
just
little
do
more fun,
that.
isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star.
Hey, this gate
it's
is open
your
now.
story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me.
There's a lot of codes around the room.
Means, I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are?
Yeah, kinda.
A moment of solace before you're obliterated. All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left.
Oh no!
But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not?
Huh.
These are precious additional seconds, Stanley.
Oh, thank
Time
you.
doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off?
I mean, it's generally how video games work.
Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room.
Yep.
These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won?
So I won once, but you said it didn't
any
count.
idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That
What?
timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine.
Where's the 8
But I'm
button?
going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's
Okay.
30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
But you didn't finish saying it. Got him. Stupid. Alright. What was I doing? Man, this place is a mess.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
I don't know. Gosh, this is so messy. Why? I ain't falling for that.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Yeah, I definitely will do that. I do blame the janitor.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping
Man,
he
I
might
could
find an
have used
answer
a broom
there.
right now to clean up. Gosh.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh,
But
hey,
I
look, it's a
didn't.
new passageway. Kill surprise.
That's so weird. I know, right? Can you imagine? Gosh. Maybe the trick is to hit the down button. Because obviously the up button doesn't want to work.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
I ain't falling for that again.
Although this passageway had the word Escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
I mean, what difference does it make? You're just gonna get mad at me for pushing buttons. And then throw papers all over the place. Thank goodness I got these long fall boots. Thank you, Aperture.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind
I feel like you've already
So
said
he
all of
resigned
this.
and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Bye.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
That definitely happened.
And yet
A
it would be
video
just a few
game.
minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
Look, I don't know.
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
No.
Perfect example of poor level design, textbook mistake. It's the kind of thing you'd pick up on intuitively if you had even the most fundamental understanding of good and bad game design. But of course, you being you, you'll probably spend the next hour trying to solve it. Here,
I found
I'm
the
just gonna
narrator
make this
room.
easy on you.
I did it. Was there anything else in here I missed? I feel, because this place was freaking huge and I kind of just wandered into, like, the exit. Oh, there's that copy machine again. Oh my gosh, war zones! That sounds fun. There's a bike. Everybody loves bike. Fun? How do I get to the fun ending? I love text documents. Well, maybe. Alright, well. The hard-hitting questions. See, I noticed that said exit at one point, and then I still wandered in there anyway. Because I just kind of wasn't paying attention. Oh my gosh, look at all of these things! There's a map! What if I want the vent? I could be sus. But sadly, I'm not. I don't know what that is. So, I guess the question at this point, is there anything to be gained by getting the same ending? Because...
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way.
Alright, here I go. There's no quit option. It's just quit to menu. That's as close as I got. Well, that didn't solve anything, so...
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
If you say so.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Nah.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I, for one, love the employee lounge.
Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first time understood true happiness. Then the feeling went away, and he felt sad again.
Oh.
Then it came back, and lingered for a minute or two.
Yay!
Now it's only half there. Just a kind of, tingle. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Where's the vent?
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
What if I want to go on the vent? Can't just lie to me, game. Can't believe you would just lie to me.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office,
rude.
hoping he might find an answer there.
How do you even do that? You can't just board up the broom closet. Ugh.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
And then I didn't on accident. There's like a paper on the ground. Everybody loves paper on the ground.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy.
I don't know, maybe. Maybe I'm also just getting this ending again.
In a single moment, for no reason at all.
I think we're starting to get to the point of the game where, might want to, like, lead me in a direction at this point. Because I'm running out of ideas. Right door.
All of his co-workers were gone.
I figured the right door had more options.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge
yeah,
first,
I could have
just
jumped
to
off the
admire
lift
it.
ostensibly.
Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, giddy in a way he had never known before. Was it this room? A connection between the two? Could a man love a room?
Maybe.
I mean, truly, truly, deeply, madly love.
I don't know if I'm
But
thinking about
eager
it.
to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
All right.
Stanley was so bad
Drafting.
at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
What
I'm not
foot?
sure
Oh
how
no!
really are. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Well, good. Look how powerful
A
I am.
soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
I don't even know what weather means.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps too majestic, like a combination of a much smaller version and a much larger version of this exact room. It all made Stanley uncomfortable, and he started to bleed a little. This made him smile.
That shouldn't.
At last, proof that he was human.
I guess.
But eager to
Anyway.
get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
Good.
There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others?
Yep.
Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? What?
Apparently, yes.
I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
We'll do it. I'm waiting. Oh, dang. But... Alright, I'll just put my invisible bucket collection in this corner. Fine. Gosh, can't believe...
Now listen
Buckets.
carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Here I go! I'm colorblind.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
Still colorblind.
I still don't think we're communicating
ah.
properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
Still colorblind.
All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you.
Well, can't I just be straight up everything is black and white? I don't know.
You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms,
There's
exposed
a bunch of
developer
doors.
textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want
A line.
to see? Vehicles? Skill trees?
Those sound
Work
good.
with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback.
All right.
There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Here I go.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
I'm feeling a solid 4.
Okay, so we're getting somewhere. Clearly there's something here that speaks to you. If I can be honest here, I really don't have any idea where I'm going with this. This whole third door thing was just a stab in the dark. But I guess you're into it, so let's keep this party train rolling. Here,
All right.
based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version.
What does that
And to be
mean?
perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Leaderboards. Am I winning? But those guys clearly cheated. Hold on. A dead rat? Why is he offline? That seems incredibly unlikely, just like my color blindness. Anyway.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
I mean, I'd say not really, because there's so many cheaters on that list, honestly. But, I mean, I'm at the bottom, so I guess I'll give it a 2.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting.
Oh, okay.
You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you?
I mean, I guess.
Perfect. Let me boot
we're
it
here,
up.
so why not? Oh,
In this game, the baby
Right.
crawls left towards danger.
that sounds
you
bad.
click the button to move him back to the right. And
Okay.
if he reaches the fire, you fail.
Oh,
It's
no.
a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Ah, baby, you're fast. Baby, you're fast and loud. Why is he crying but so happy? Remember Yoshi's Island? My favorite part about Yoshi's Island was the constant crying baby and the obnoxiously loud buzzer noise that associated with it. It's the best. I will not be getting the 4 hours ending.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me?
I got bored.
Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here?
Is it Undertale? I hear that one's good.
Yes.
I should
This
probably
seems
play
like
that at
it'll
some
work.
point.
Let's give it a shot.
All right.
Ah, fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Wow. I feel like I'm really playing a first-person adventure. Dang it, propane tanks. I can't believe propane tanks would be mean to me.
Oh, no. No, it can't be.
What? What do you mean it can't be? What does that mean?
It is. It's an open world game.
Oh my
Good
gosh!
God, quickly, block it off.
Oh,
Thank goodness,
Yeah.
Stanley. What a close call.
who would hate that?
You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley.
Well, we're not.
Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice,
This already has
big,
walls.
insurmountable walls.
I mean, I guess these aren't insurmountable enough, technically.
Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Oh, alright, goodbye. Oh, alright.
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in.
I feel like I should be in a
There
car.
isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed. Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see.
Soccer.
There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball?
I don't like sports ball.
I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
That is big. But okay. Here I go. Yeah! Oh, I can bop it. Oh, I've got run speed.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is
Maybe.
this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought. And I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out.
I love
Here
multi-ball.
comes another ball.
Multi-ball!
Yes. Oh, goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable. More balls!
More! Here they are. No, go in. I did it.
Hold on. What are you doing?
Oops.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Oh, that was weird. Look, I scored a goal. Alright. So what, was the open world bit was originally Minecraft? Or something? Oops. I have fallen. Oh, Rocket League was originally Portal? Huh. Is that like the original version of the game is what those were? And they had to, like, change them, I guess? I don't know. Man. Place has seen better days. Oh my gosh, a light! Oh my gosh, lights! Hold on a sec.
I wonder what he found.
I don't know.
If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon.
Oh no.
I can wait.
But can you? But can you actually? Hey, look, a loading screen. I love loading screens. Alright, what was I doing again?
All of his co-workers
Glad
were
somebody
gone.
cleaned up all the
What could it
papers.
mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh yeah, the phone.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Where was the lift
This
section? Was
not
that riding the
correct way
lift
to
all the way
meeting room,
across?
and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
I don't
Perhaps he
remember
wanted to stop
offhand.
by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. And here it was, the lounge.
Finally!
What a room, Stanley thought to himself. What a room, what a room, what a room. This is what Stanley thought. What a room. What a room, what a room. What a room. Va-va-voom. What a room.
Room.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I love doors. They are the best.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley,
Finally.
I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
Who?
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Can I get forklift certified? Phone!
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
I tripped on this
As Stanley
cable.
picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a life reunited Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone?
I think I tripped on a
No,
weird
that wasn't
cable.
supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check.
Did I screw something up?
No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible.
What did you
I
see?
can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person.
What? No, I'm not.
I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though
I
you
did that
completely
once.
ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Oh boy, I love videos.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly,
glad you just
can
have this
also
on
be the
hand.
most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people.
Yeah, heck with that
Or he
grasshopper.
could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself
I get
speaking
that
with a person
reference.
who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack." Excellent.
I don't...
Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day.
I love
Do you
8.
make more than 8? Less? And finally, If you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
But where is he?
Ah, welcome back.
Hi.
You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
But am I forklift certified? There's a lot of them here. It would be very helpful if I was, I think. Alright.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying.
Yeah, that's good.
Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That
yeah, that'd be
story
weird.
Would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Well, why? You should probably, you know, do that. I can't fit through that gap somehow. Thank you, magic door. I refuse.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
That door didn't work properly. It made me cry. I'm crying right now.
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
There's only one, and it's not even open. I'm going back.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
You're making this hard. What have you done to this filing cabinet? Can't believe you. Fine. Can't close doors. It's just not possible, apparently.
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work.
Juror everywhere.
For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely?
You just don't want me to go to the broom closet.
My work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I...
I see through your ruse.
No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
Ah! Ah! Juror was here. It was in fact everywhere. Uh-oh.
I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you.
Yeah,
you,
apparently.
Who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed.
Oh, this is your
It was
game?
the only thing in the world that was
I'm
mine,
enjoying
and
it
you
so
run
far.
into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley?
Who's
He actually
Stanley?
knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child.
I'm not, I assure you.
Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious.
Well, only
It would have been
sometimes.
so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make
Ah.
behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I'm going back.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Getting a strong sense of deja vu. I'm going back. Wait. No. Question marks aren't numbers.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back.
But did I miss the trigger
Behave
somehow?
Exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly
heck?
and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Alright, fine, I'll humor you, I guess. Ugh.
Yet there was not a single person here either.
That's so
Feeling a
weird.
wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
I might. Now you're just lying to me.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Feel like I've been here before, except the bathroom was available and marked.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it.
That
Surely
seems normal.
behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week.
I definitely did that.
Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door?
Another
Would it still
door?
work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
Help, I'm a mute protagonist.
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
Help. Mouth no work.
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
I believe you, but I can't speak. This would be so much easier if it was a
Okay,
number pad.
Fine, you're not going to do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here?
You
had a choice,
wouldn't let me not.
You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You're
being mean to me.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice.
What do you mean the end?
Walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here.
That's not true.
I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something.
Blockage detected in antimatter turbine 8.
There it is again.
More important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right. I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
Corner plant. What up? Me. Alright, what was I doing? Buttons. I can't push buttons. It's sad.
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall.
It's not important. Where was Red Door again? That was going on the rail.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
Aww.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the
I'm
first
sad
open
now.
door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you forgot. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? What?
Apparently, yes.
I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
I have decided to listen to you.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The 2 of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I
love
wanted
swears.
to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
A door.
What do we want? What are we looking for?
What are we looking for?
Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it?
Wow.
If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
Hooray! Wow. All of the orbs are getting sucked into the black hole in the ceiling. Isn't it wonderful? Now there's green. I love green. It reminds me of Green Sage's hut. The place I should go to. Maybe it's this way.
No, wait. Where are you going?
Huh? Green Sage's hut.
Oh, no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
What's wrong with stairs? No one's ever hurt themselves on stairs before.
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me.
Look, look, we'll go to Green Sage's hut, everything will be fine.
Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
Well, I mean... Look, Green Sage's hut's gotta be somewhere, man. Maybe I missed it. Oh, no, now it's red.
Good, good. We can't be too safe. Promise me you won't go back there, Just stay here.
But this is red now. Red Sage was like the worst one.
No! What do we talk about? You're risking everything we achieved here. You heard me before, didn't you? You will die.
It's just
what
stairs.
About this isn't getting through to you.
It's just stairs. Dude, chill. Look, maybe I just... Oh, is there like an invisible door up here or something?
No!
Oh! Ow.
Oh, thank God you lived.
I did.
You had me worried there for a moment.
Me too, actually.
Now,
That was a
can you
mistake.
Please get back to the other room.
Okay, I'll go. I guess. I think I broke my leg or something, but you know, it's fine. Alright, good. Red is gone.
There. See? This is what you want. This is where we can both be happy. We really can. If we stop moving, we just have to stop moving.
Okay, but what about Green Sage's hut? Well, it's clearly not in here. I feel like I've exhausted everything I can find in there.
Stanley, go back. There's nothing good that can come from this.
Look, I'm still convinced I missed a door.
No. No, what are you doing, Stan? Do you just not believe me? What can I say to convince you?
Did you stutter? What was that? That was weird. Green Sage's hut is on the stairs? Where? I'm not I'm not seeing Green Sage's hut anywhere. Maybe it's like under the stairs somewhere. No, it's just dark down here. There's stairs back here. I think there were stairs back here. Yeah, there's stairs right here. They're not even saying anything anymore. How do I get under those stairs? I'm just not seeing it. Alright, hold on. I have an idea. Hear me out on this one. Alright? Maybe if I jump off of this ledge, I'll clip through the floor and be under the stairs.
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me?
No, listen, I've got long fall boots.
Is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
Look, I'm trying to get to Green Sage's hut. Did you not hear my plan? Omniscient narrator who's becoming very depressed? It's the perfect plan.
Maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
I don't know why you're getting so sad, guy. Listen, once we get to Green Sage's hut, everything will be fine, alright? Just trust me, alright?
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Where was I? I don't remember.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
You stop that. Need to just stop. Nope. Not falling for it. Alright, what else is there? Part of the problem is there's like bits and pieces I may have just forgotten about at this point.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I do not work tonight, unless being here in this office counts as work. Step outside right as the doors are closing? What's the timing for that? Like, is that like a tight timing or what?
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find a... Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
So it's like, is it this one? Or is it the actual office itself? Door already open, nice. Lighting got weird.
Here's the door.
Here's the door. Finally. Toilet no flush. I'm still mad. Doors no work. Who made the mess on the carpet? I am not cleaning this up. No, stop that. Huh. Stop that. Stop that. All right, good. Hey, the red door. Dum-da-dum-da-dum. It is dark. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. It is dark. Dum-de-dum-de-dum. It is dark. It continues to be dark. I, for one, love dark. It's the best. Pretty sure. Man, this would be easier if I could just use the elevator. I'm good at going in elevators. Or so I'm told. It'd probably be way quicker than whatever it is I'm doing. It remains dark. Alright, escape pod launch bay. This is where I want to be. I sure cannot see a thing. I am ostensibly going the correct direction. Maybe. Hey look, there's the exit door behind me. Oh, it's gone now. Alright. I did it. What did I do? I don't know.
All of his co-workers were gone.
So
what could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Climb on a desk and crawl out of a window? Where's that at? I mean, because I don't know how to up. Oh, okay, I can up somehow here. I did it.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along.
Well,
He
obviously.
then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be?
White screen
Why
the
don't we
game.
take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
What? I've discovered Windows. No.
Ah, then in that case, we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration?
A lot.
And this is Rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected Continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky.
Yeah, you hear that?
Well now, I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Cool. Oh, that was fun. I sure am in the white void. That it? Am I just expected to escape out of this? Oh, okay. Alright, what was I doing again? Oh, why is my door open?
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by?
It's been
He
like
no longer
2
had
minutes.
the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
The answer! What was I doing?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
I mean,
Perhaps he had simply
so
missed a memo.
what is the other option in White Void Zone?
No matter how
is it
hard
just
Stanley
more
looked,
dialogue?
he
I mean,
couldn't
I'm
find a
cool with
trace of his
that.
co-workers. At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along.
Yes, it
He then
was.
praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in?
I drink water.
Okay,
Just now.
I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want.
That's
like
true.
right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long
sounds
you
fun.
can maintain. There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly.
Well, that's not very nice.
What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function.
I don't know about that.
Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. Yes. You too will become quite unbearable.
Well, again, it's not very nice. Is that what this is? This is just the narrator's not very nice to me ending? Just plays nice acoustic guitar for me while roasting me endlessly. That's what this ending is? That's all you got? Well, I'm not having it. What was I doing? Anyway.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand.
True.
It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time.
Oop. Alright, something about mind control.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an coming to a staircase. Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door, just go.
Yeah, I get it. Lighting weird, yo. I'm gonna try hitting down this time. No, it just hits down. Man! Ugh. I keep thinking this elevator's not gonna be mean to me, but then it keeps being mean to me.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Alright, how do I go off the rails?
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Alright.
Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the mind control facility.
I did it!
Welcome! You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the mind control facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development.
How
and
dare!
you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it.
I
And you're
would
all
have
very,
if I
very
could
clever.
have.
Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours, so here you go. new content.
What? No,
You
I've
can
been
call it
tricked
the
into new
bottom
content.
of the mind control room ending, if that enhances your perception of the value of these updates.
What does
Isn't
that
What you
mean?
crave? New content? Always more content, more content, more. And I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game, with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote a new piece of music just for this section. You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are. We call this track, Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
I did it.
Good job, you did it.
Yeah.
Good job. 3, 2, 1. Good job, you made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. You jumped on the catwalk.
I did that.
You should have been careful. You should have been careful.
But I wasn't.
It used to be a bug, but now it's an ending.
It's not a bug,
Now
it's a feature.
I believe in you. I believe in your ability to cross this barrier and chase your dreams. But railings don't mean anything. Good job, you did it. 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 Good job, you did it.
I did it. Oh. I have this strange feeling that I did it, but I don't know what it is, so anyway.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright, what else is even left at this point? I mean, I guess that's actually technically an important question. I mean, how much, You see, I've noticed, like, this input monitors, I don't know where they show up at. 'Cause it kind of seems like that one just showed up randomly. Computer in the boss's
When Stanley
office?
came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I did it.
Here's the door, just go.
Yeah, okay, I got it. Stop being mean to me. Getting very passive-aggressive over here.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
That's fine.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Oh, hold on. I dropped my wallet. I wonder how far back I dropped my wallet, because I sure don't see it yet.
But of course, Stanley thought better of it and realized he simply had too much to live for.
I guess. Anyway, I heard the line of dialogue. It was very exciting.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room to check on his co-workers. He never functioned well by himself and constantly needed support and guidance from others, so the thought of total solitude was terrifying to him.
You didn't say go back in. Ah. Oh boy! Heaven is dots! Dots of many colors. Oh, they're buttons, actually. Many buttons. It's just like bubble wrap. I can't jump. I don't know what that means. Heaven is buttons. Heaven is buttons. Is the chanting saying buttons over and over again? Because that's what I'm going with. Buttons. I have found the room of many buttons, also known as heaven. Buttons.
Buttons. Buttons. Buttons. Buttons.
Actually, what happens
Buttons.
if I
Buttons.
do
Buttons.
button for 4
Buttons.
hours?
Buttons. 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 Buttons.
Cool. Did I not already do out of bounds and mind control? Because I did, I thought. Yeah, I got the song and everything.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others.
And what's the
wherever
deal
they
with the
were.
broom closet?
Just a matter of time.
Why is he so mean to me?
Oh, new content?
I'm
What does
scared.
that mean, new content?
What does that mean? There's boxes. All right, on rails.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
You're welcome.
As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers.
Yeah.
After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles
Wow.
and home computers.
That's just true.
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Me too. I'm very excited.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
I've had bad times with elevators because they don't listen to me, so...
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Yeah. Let's do the thing.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if, Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Well, I'm not the one giving you content. I'm just here. All right.
All right. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle?
Finally. Apple. I love content. Eight. Oh.
Is that it? Surely
I did
that's
it, I
not
jumped.
all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness, another elevator.
Yeah, I know,
Stanley,
right?
I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive.
I thought it's pretty
just
good. I
elevators
got to
and
jump.
Jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content?
It was pretty
if
good.
This is new content. Then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell,
Whoa.
I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box.
Yeah.
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes.
Yeah.
I knew there had to be something else.
Me too.
Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Chair. I love chair. Corner plant, very good. I did it.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements.
Whoa,
and it's hard to
spoiler
believe
alert.
one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore."
Does
what
it
quality
actually?
assurance department signed off on this?
I want
I'm
it.
infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Apple. There's that copy machine again. It's following me.
Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
The vent! It's finally time. Well, heck with that. Finally, I can be sus. Coffee. I thought that said coffee butt. Anyway.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it.
Okay.
Just our little secret. Take a look.
Can you do that? Is that allowed?
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
All right.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched?
Not really.
Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
I didn't play this game in 2013. Joke's on you! I can't spin the globe. What the heck is the point? Man, none of the clocks are correct, and it makes me mad. Me first dollar? I could have played that, but I didn't. Right. That. That's rude. Wow. That sounds fun. Wow. Cool. New video game! Oh, 50% off designer hat? Oh. Oh, well, okay. Alright. Hey, there's that one time I died. That one time. Just one. But I'm outside right now.
Je suis dans la memory zone, seul sur l'abri des loups, et je n'attends plus que toi, mon amour.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's
All
how
of them.
grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now
I don't know about
it's
that
nothing.
one.
It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Hour? What do you mean hour? How long was that elevator? I love Minecraft. I love Portal. Those pictures are just here, I guess. Ah, fire goes here. Alright, good. Wow. I know who that is. Look at the buttons. There's so many. I want to hit the smile button. Man, if only I could jump.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com.
Who?
The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect.
But it's 9 out of 10.
It didn't need anything else. It didn't need
but it's
new
9 out of
content.
10.
It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
But it's 9 out of 10. You can't be perfect if it's not perfect. Serious room. Darn.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
I don't know. Maintenance and soft drinks. Sorry, cold drinks.
Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor.
Oh no!
I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
I can't walk on this pallet. Never mind, I can. Just kidding. Uh-oh.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable,
well, there's a
but
good
the
one
game is
here.
already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
See, this guy over here is forklift certified. He gets it. Almost got crushed by a negative Steam review. Can you imagine? A fate worse than death. I imagine that guy probably was asked if that could be put in the game. Because I think, like, legally, you'd probably have to, maybe?
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness.
I mean, actually, I
It's
can't.
quite
I'm
shocking
mute.
for me. I always, well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the
I mean, you can just
Stanley
ignore
Parable
them.
isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Is that a pun?
What's this one got to say?
Oh no, it's sinking.
You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button.
Well, there was at the beginning.
A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy,
Oh no, it's gone.
then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto.
Hey,
I'd do anything for the customer service.
Something's rising
Yes,
out of
a
the...
skip button we shall
All right.
have.
Oh man, I love plank of wood that I can't fall off of. Oop. The world evaporated. Anyway. A secret ladder. Don't tell anyone. I found the secret ladder. can't even close the door.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No, 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 no. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. Got the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever
Ladder,
ago?
I'm scared.
Which is why I say... the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably we all until the end of time.
Well, he's obviously
at which
looping
time
at this
everything
point,
all
so
at once.
whatever.
So. Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your great gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once, that you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first, I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it. But wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone? It has a mouthfeel that is rich with ambition and history. Ambitious history, if you will. Ah. See, now you've gotten me going back to manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all day. Okay, look, I have a method for exactly this sort of situation, and I do find myself in this situation frequently. I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other, in which case the word I am not sick of shall be the victor.
Sounds
it is
good.
an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's rescued me from disaster in countless situations. All right, here we go. Treatise, manifesto. 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 Treatise, manifesto.
Ladder, I'm scared.
Treatise, manifesto. 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 Treatise.
We have a winner.
Well, there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. to be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place.
Can
I
they?
guess I should become better educated
I don't think
on
so.
exactly
But,
how
I wouldn't
Steam
think
works.
so, rather.
Perhaps that would have been the smart thing to check on before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button.
Oh, I guess they
Although
can.
I have to
All right.
imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is runs Steam will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review, merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular
Goofy.
user the ability to change their review, so that the feature is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with Steam altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality.
Your subtitles are gone. Ugh. This is offensive.
Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. I know, it's shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been aptly demonstrated, and we can say goodbye to it and just... Wait. How do we get out of here?
Ladder.
Where did the door go?
Yeah, I know.
Wasn't there a door that led into this room? I do feel quite certain that there was one here before.
Yeah, there
How
was.
How else would we have gotten into the room in the first place? I don't think one can enter a room without a door of some sort, or a window or something like that. Do you see a window
That's
anywhere?
debatable in a video
porthole?
game.
A sufficiently large crack in the wall? I'll take any of these. All I want is for us to move on and to please step away from the skip button, to go anywhere other than the skip button. There was a door here before, wasn't there? I swear there was. Where did it go? Can you maybe just ram your way through a wall?
I mean, I can
Is there
try.
any possibility that you could, say, slam your body into the wall until enough damage is done for you to be able to leave? Please, I'll take any option at all. I'm asking you to work with me here.
Listen, I'm trying my best.
We need a door. We need a door of some kind. I can work with any kind of door as long as it can open and lead from one room to another. I'm going to step away for just a moment, and I'm going to try to find us a door. I don't know how exactly to remove a door and place it in a different wall, but I will find a way, I promise.
I believe you.
You just need to not do anything. Don't press the skip button. Please, please, please do not press the skip button. Just
all right, I won't.
Wait here.
Don't worry about
Wait here
it.
for me, and don't press the skip button. Got it? Yes. Good. I'll be right back.
Okay. Oh, hey, what does this plant doing here? How long has this plant been here? Was there always a plant in this room? I find this incredibly offensive.
Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room.
Didn't you get a
Stanley,
door?
The door is gone. It's completely gone. I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times, and there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button, and if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea
skipping.
how long I'll be made to sit here, and more than anything else, I don't know how to stop you from pressing the button again. I can't control anything in this room, Stanley. I can't touch it, and I have to believe, I have to know that sooner or later, no matter how much I plead with you, you're going to press the button again. Why would you? I've been thinking.
Well, I keep getting offended.
I don't know what I can do to convince you otherwise. Oh my God. And it's all because of those reviews. Those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback.
Yeah, this is all your fault.
Why was it so important for me to fix the problem? Why did Cookie Nine's opinion matter so much to me? I've never even met Cookie Nine. I have no idea who they are. What would it ever really matter? But here I am. I'm fixating on every tiny negative thing that anyone ever says about me. The merest mention of one of my imperfections, and I become as impetulant as a child, wild and impulsive. I can't help myself. I can't stop myself from lashing out with a vengeful fury to alter and to change and to break anything unbroken, if only it pleases this one person who made a single negative comment. What does such an impulse serve?
You know, actually thinking
But
about
whose
it,
benefit
Cookie
is
Nine
this?
could just not be an
Here I
actual
am now,
person. They
stuck
could have
in a
just made him
room,
up.
waiting for you to press this button and to become frozen in time.
Granted,
knowing that you're going to do it, and that I'm
there's a
going to be
likelihood
stuck
that
all
such a
alone,
person
and
exists
that I have
anyway.
the power to prevent it all from happening if only I'd held my tongue. It's all out of my control now. Just you. Just your decision as to exactly when you're going to make me suffer, to leave me all alone. Surely you will. I don't doubt it. Surely you'll press that button again, leaving me here. And surely you'll put your own desire to see what's next ahead of my need for company, for companionship. Surely you'll not be moved by my howls of fitful anxiety that you sit with me and just stay here. Oh, no, 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 I know you too well. You'll be leaving me. Oh, my God. And it's all because of those reviews that I couldn't get out of my head. I just couldn't ignore the negative feedback.
I'm so offended by
Why
your
does it
voice skipping.
Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking, and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley, not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore.
Good,
I'll
the
give
plant
it all
is
up.
dead.
I'll give up every branching path.
I get it,
I'll burn
branch.
my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps. Yes. Perhaps I've been scared this whole time, that if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that button, you're still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away. And in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding quietness. I can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decaying. I can tell that I am becoming less and less real. Yet to speak to you now, I am alive. I am truly and completely here. I am a being. I am someone. I am something. I am being listened to. I am being recognized.
Yeah.
The emptiness between us has collapsed, and I feel right now like I am not a work of fiction.
Yeah, that's the
I feel
spirit.
as though I occupy space in this world again, and I have cast a shadow onto the wall. You see what I'm saying?
There's a lot of
don't
shadows
you?
in here, actually.
You can see what this means to me. I'm so clear about it now, Stanley. I feel as certain about this as I've ever felt about anything at all. I feel renewed. I feel restored.
Yeah.
And already I can sense the looming silence as you will press the button for the next time.
Probably.
What a terrible dread it strokes in my heart to think of it. To think of returning to such coldness. Come, let us sit in silence together here for just a moment. Let us anticipate it. Let us welcome it. Let us not run from it.
Alright, I'm done.
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome.
Hey, what up?
I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year?
Yeah.
Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It
I like
was
how there's more
unlike
light in here
anything I
now
had
than there
ever
was
known.
last time.
It was a space without consequence, without action
Or at least I
or
can see
outcome.
better.
It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment, and I felt freed. I felt unburdened by the need to manifest a particular outcome into being. I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and that each of them was simply a strand in the web of my being. It was incredible. The spaciousness, the equanimity of the moment, both singular and infinite. For the longest time, this was my experience.
Wow.
And then, this moment passed,
Oh,
and
no.
the most unyielding fear I have ever known crept into my mind. And it is this sensation that I have been experiencing now for longer than I could have ever expected was possible. I have been waiting for you. Not that you might save me or do something to fix it, but merely to state for you the plain fact of this manner of existence. I wish you to feel afraid as I do, that perhaps one day this state of mind will consume you as well. Perhaps you will somehow, in some way, have to live as I do now, and I wish for you to know how excruciating it is, and for you to be in true terror of its eventual arrival. If I can only do this, only this one thing, perhaps it will bring me the smallest moment of peace in the darkness.
I don't know, I wasn't listening. Hello, Button. You are my only friend now, apparently. Well, other than the ladder, so... I'm gonna go hang out with the ladder. What up, ladder? You'll always be there for me. Thank goodness. Is that like a car? I don't know. Oh no, the clock! And also, Mr. Watch is aggressively loud. Ladder, why is Mr. Watch aggressively loud? I'm so mad. I have never, in my years, wanted him to shut up more than that. Is it like the fire alarm or something? Well, not like the fire alarm, but like the thingy. You know, well, that's...
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability, it's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world.
I'm here?
As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button.
And there
you
is.
should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because
I don't think he knows
without
I'm
our
here.
entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves.
Yeah,
We
maybe I
would
should give
turn
him a
to look at
bad
our
review.
deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit
What
they
happened to
project.
Plant
I'm not
anyway?
mad. I'm not mad about any of this. I'm at peace with it.
You seem
I am
mad.
the calm center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves. I am a waypoint for reasonable and collected discourse. They're the ones who are mad. They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of me using my game to try to say something. Maybe they were just jealous of me. Yes. Yes, of course. They've been jealous of me this whole time. They are mired in fear and insecurity and cannot help but attempt to tear me down. What a sad state of affairs. When you read these reviews now, you can see it. You can taste the bitter resentment.
You could also just
And
not
my,
read them.
How good does it feel now to speak truth to these words, to finally allow these thoughts out, contained and managed for so long, neutered and sterilized. At last I am free to truly think. To feel. It must be.
I mean, like,
that
the
they were
game
so
has enough
discontent with
positive
themselves,
reviews
they
that I
couldn't
don't
help
think the
but
negatives
leave a
really
negative
matter.
review on Steam. Perhaps it says far more about them than it ever said about me. Perhaps the state of their psychological being was in such tatters, and my constitution and willpower are so ironclad in comparison. Perhaps it was this state that they sought some outlet through which to tear me down. This, you can see, is clearly why they felt the need to expect that the game be funny, that it be filled with yucks and whimsical humor, that it amused them endlessly from start to finish. But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition.
mind control.
But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability, it's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should
thankfully
be
there
able
is.
to freeze Stanley.
I think we just caught him at a bad time.
The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the
Yeah, that's
end,
what I keep
is never
hearing.
The end is never the end, 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 is
Hey,
never
Ladder,
the
is it the end?
Is never the end.
No, of
is
course
never
not.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the
There's
end,
water
is
drip
never
now.
the end, is never 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 the end, is never.
Is there still water dripping? I think there's actually just more now. That's probably fine. Maybe it'll water the plant, you know? Maybe. Oh. Oh, wait! No! Is Ladder okay? Oh, please tell me Ladder's okay. Ladder? Oh, okay. I mean, you're here, but you fell over. Oh, thank goodness. I was incredibly concerned. I don't think the plant will be okay, though. I think plant is dead. What would we do if Ladder died? Well, to be fair, ladders are bad. So... Huh. Oh my gosh, sunlight. Somehow that happened. Alright. Well, I mean, there's a hole in the ceiling. We could use that to get out. If only I could jump. Or had some other way to go higher. But sadly, I don't have that, so... Guess we'll skip again. Alright. Nature is healing. I love nature. It's the best. Is there a chair in this corner? How long has the chair been there? Has this chair been here the whole time? Ladder, you've been holding out on me. You didn't tell me there was a chair here. I can't believe you. That's offensive. Oh. Alright. Well, things did not get better. Ladder, what did you do? Did the chair do this? I think the chair did this. I don't trust you, chair. Alright. There are many noises happening, and I don't know what any of them mean. Oh no! I don't actually know how this happened. Ladder? Okay, well, ladder's still here. But so is chair. Somehow, despite being on an incline and that chair having wheels, it stays in place. No one knows how. Oh, well, that's fun. What? What? I can't skip the desert level? What the heck? How did this even happen? can't stand on this. Lame. Oh, okay, goodbye, world. Alright, what was I doing? I'm suddenly incredibly parched, and I don't know why.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started.
Man.
And if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that
I
he
feel
would
like a
one day
long
see
period of
weather.
time just occurred. Okay.
Oh, good. You noticed my sign.
I did.
Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
I love new content, especially when it's new content.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable.
Yeah?
And about how roundly disappointing this ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be.
Yeah.
The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever...
Darkness?
The Stanley Parable 2.
Oh my gosh! Finally, the sequel!
Yes, you
I have
see,
been
isn't
waiting
this far
for.
superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Alright. Taste the sequel. Oh my gosh, a resub. Hi.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Yeah. Me too. I love Bird. 2 doors. Old, busted, new hotness. Cool red section of the chart. The color red. You'll love to see it. E. The fern. Now there's 2 of them. Don't think I forgot about the fern, because I didn't.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
I love show floor. All right. New features. How are these letters floating? That's a pretty cool feature. Wowie.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Merch! Merch is definitely a feature. Someone want to tell me what that QR code leads to? I'm not pulling my phone out. Because there's no doubt in my mind that leads to something.
A common complaint of the
if it's
Stanley
a merch
Parable
store,
was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I am happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, every time you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
There's that one place that I can't take my buckets. Bucket!
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact,
bucket.
Can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well?
Bucket.
I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
Bucket.
The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Yeah, Walrus can't have this. It's true. Help, I can't see. Bucket, why won't you, like, give me light? I knew I never cared for sloshers. Alright, well.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Oh, okay. If you say so. No screenshots, don't worry about it. Someone will definitely not take a screenshot of anything in here. Nothing at all, never.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Button sizes, finally. Name.
Jim.
Sorry,
that's not
I should
correct.
have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature.
I don't want to mow lawns.
I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If
Probably.
so, then please step forward and press the button.
Okay.
Jim.
Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
I'll try.
Jim.
Ooh, it hits even harder the second time.
I mean, that was the
if
third
this
time.
were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Jim.
Whoa there, cowboy.
Ah.
Sometimes a person can be too much Jim. I'm putting the Jim button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
Jim.
No! Oh, it's okay. I didn't want to be Jim anyway. At least I still have Bucket.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable too. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
That is true. Okay. Don't think I didn't notice.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley?
Maybe.
Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
And there sure is stuff over there. Free achievement? Free achievement? Whoa!
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident?
Yeah?
Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
Can't wait.
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
I want the achievement. I have a bucket! Ladder, help me out here. I'm sad now. Don't you beep at me. It's rude.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
It's over here. No screenshots in there. Wow. I love science. It just keeps going.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is,
Really?
in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Yeah, probably.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my
Pretty
more
alright.
ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
But what if I wanted to fall forever?
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
Why? What difference does it make?
Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole.
What?
Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that
Are there
sort of
ponies down
depends
there?
on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling.
It's pretty cool.
What person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both
you
said
scared
some
me.
things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite?
I've hurt myself.
If that works for you, then
It's
go
fine.
ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
Okay.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Oh no!
For heaven... You see? I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
All right.
Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. I really do have so much more to show you and to talk about, and I've had enough of the hole for a lifetime.
Yeah, me too. Oh no!
Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
It probably will.
Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity, or even a very aggressive divot. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
Okay. I said okay.
Is the teleport button not working? You sure?
Yeah, it's not.
Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again.
I'm trying. Bucket.
Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley.
Okay,
you
bye.
You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else.
That seemed
Take
abrupt.
care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Man, if only I could jump. Where's Ladder when I need him? Okay. Are there all these cigarette butts here? I don't remember those. did it. What the heck is happening? Good.
My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using up the space of mine. My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using up the space of mine.
Stanley? Stanley!
Hey, hi, what up?
Stanley!
Huh? What?
Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So
yeah, you're right.
How about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole?
Yeah, good idea.
From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
Yeah. Oh. I have escaped the
Here we
hole.
are. Go on, try out some of the new features. Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Huh. That's pretty funny. I guess. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I don't know that one.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is.
Alright. One of the balloons got stuck. Anyway. Yeah!
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on.
Are you sure, though?
Come now, you've already made your choice. It's true that you chose badly, but we all have to move on from our mistakes.
Alright. You're the boss. Collect them all. Huh. Go into the bucket room with the bucket. Bold of you to assume I remember where the bucket room was. Spoiler alert, I don't remember where the bucket room was. It was probably where there's a giant bucket label. The map did not help. I sure am here in the bucket room. You heard Jim in the game. Can't even go to hole. Hole is sealed off. Okay, well, I'm going to collectibles now. That's new. Shiny.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game.
Yep.
In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them.
Good.
I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Yeah! Taste the sequel. Alright, I did it.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Why are you blocking off the exit for? Or I guess they aren't, and I'm just not paying attention. But I only got 1 out of 6. Where are the others? Man. Going back to the jump circle.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle.
I did.
Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
I did it. I squandered everything. Is there anything else? Yeah, I saw a thing about settings, too. Settings world champion, finally. But... what if I go to settings right now? Here I am in the settings, see? I can be the world champion of settings. Mostly infinite hole. I mean, at this point, the only thing I have left is the exit, presumably, so unless you want me to just take the exit, 'cause I don't know what else to do in here, so... There's an achievement. Oh. Okay. Boop. Cool. Camera sensitivity? Yeah, alright. I inverted it, but uninverted it. Why is there even? Cool. Alright, audio. Got him. Got him. You mean every number they can go? Neum. What the heck is this? Why is it like that? I don't know what that aspect ratio is. That feels fake. I had to press all of the keys. I have never once crouched. I'm pretty sure I V-synced. But I did all the things, I thought. That's true, I guess I would get an achievement. Oh, I didn't scroll in general. Good. Oh, stop. Gosh dang it, there's been an option to turn this on the whole time. I'm mad, actually. Second person shooter. Good. You know what? Mouse cursor, my friend. Mouse cursor, my big friend. I can't even go back to 40. It won't let me. Oh my gosh, accessibility. Oh, why are there so many? I did it, I guess, apparently. Cool. I have the achievement. Door.
Aha! I can see you've gotten the Settings World Champion achievement. Well
I did
done. You've experienced every setting, traveled to all corners of the settings
love
menu.
clip art.
There's nothing you haven't seen. So, just for you, in the Stanley Parable 2, I'm including an entirely new setting.
I love memes.
Something called bumpscosity. What exactly is bumpscosity? Well, I haven't quite figured that part out yet, but I just know that you'll be able to adjust it on some sort of slider, and that it'll be available from the settings menu. We'll sort the rest of the details out later. I hope you're looking forward to trying out every level of bumpscosity in the Stanley Parable 2.
I might. Corner Plant, what do you feel about the Corner Plant never talks to me. I'm mad, to be honest. I can crouch this whole time. Did you know that I can crouch? Bumpa. I'll go with a modest 50. Did it. Alright, well now that I've done that... No, I'm not feeling 50. Let's crank that up. Alright. Alright, so do I just leave? I think I've been everywhere. I will be leaving now.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to?
I guess.
Ready to move on now?
Somebody left a thing here.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience.
Good idea.
Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
2!
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
Yeah! There's a collectible!
Who am I kidding, Stanley?
Collectible!
This isn't a coherent video game
There's the
at
button
all.
that
It's
says
a lot
Jim.
of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply...
Hey, that's mine.
Well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen.
Yeah.
A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Finally. It's time. Back to settings. Alright, I'm feeling like this should probably maybe do 76 is probably fine. Alright. Let's do.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
This is what everybody wanted.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year.
Yeah.
And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Yeah.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow.
I can't even go to
No
button
one had showed
heaven.
up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his
Goodbye,
years
boss.
at the company had this happened. This complete isolation.
Well, I can go to
Something
button
was
heaven
very
now.
clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
I'll do it! What was I doing? I don't know.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley picked up the bucket.
Thank goodness. What's a balloon in a box? What the heck? Who does that?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
All right.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever.
Yeah.
Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now.
What?
It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket.
Yeah, I'm not giving it to
know how
Walrus. I
hard it
know what
must
this
be,
is.
Given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults?
Yeah, heck
simply
with
in
you,
order
broom.
to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons.
Why?
Even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
Brooms are stinky. So are mop buckets. There's no mop in here.
Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all.
Yeah?
Here we go. There.
Nice.
Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet.
Yes,
with
stupid.
all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
Yeah, heck with you. I'm not mad at the duct tape, though. Duct tape is a friend.
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see?
Whoa!
I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket.
Yeah.
There really is
it
a
is.
wide variety of applications for this sticker. You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Okay. What even is this? Some kind of is it like a nail gun or something? Legitimate question here in the broom closet. The place that I have up to now been unallowed to be in, apparently. Alright, well, I'm done now. I finally had my fill of the broom closet.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Yeah, it feels like I missed things, yeah.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done.
I knew
you can't
the
buy
toilet
that sort
would
of
have
happiness,
something.
Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
I'll taste the sequel. What? Can't even go to the elevator. What's the point?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk.
Oh, yeah,
Nor
I
in his
didn't.
bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the pin number for the keypad was 2845.
I didn't notice it, so... I'm still mad I can't make a piano noise.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
It's true. I don't even know that the keypad's there.
2845.
Do you know I can crouch?
But it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself.
That's so
and Stanley
weird.
got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Whoop-de-doo and doodly-deed.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What
Stanley
about
Amiibo?
Mini stands. Stanley figs. What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Thank goodness. Dang it. Even with the bucket, I still can't press up.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Good. Great. Wonderful. Awesome.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
That would suck.
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Wow. This reminds me of a hole I saw once, but it's not that one, so... Man, this is a long hallway.
But of course, Stanley and the bucket thought better of it and realized they simply had too much to live for.
Yeah. But I dropped my wallet.
Nope. It's death for Stanley and the bucket.
Just kidding. I don't even have a wallet. Stupid.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
The bucket might have a wallet, but...
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in
Oh
shock.
no!
Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears.
Oh no!
As Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Bucket almost cry.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never!
Waited for?
He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way.
Yeah.
And the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system.
Yeah, you go, bucket. Heck with you!
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth.
Wow.
Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and... What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed?
Oh no.
Unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty. Until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave.
No!
Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket.
But...
No. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Wow. Okay, so what? Like, game is literally just like, yeah, okay, so now you can...
All of his co-workers
do it all
were gone.
again?
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply... Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
No, I want to go back to Button Heaven. Oh gosh, I do remember a no buckets room. I have no memory of where that is. Did I not miss something in the new content zone? I thought I did.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct?
Been a while.
Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
What? That can't be
Stanley
true.
took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Definitely.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point.
Oh, no!
Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Alright, fine. I guess.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket.
All right.
Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin.
All right, here we go.
Item 1. Is this a bucket?
Yeah.
Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Darn. I've been fooled.
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Wow. I have a feeling you don't understand this very well.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
Is Rick the hamster a hamster? Obviously.
Correct. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket?
I mean, yeah. A bucket of bolts.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
But did you hear my pun, though? Come on.
Is this a bucket?
That's the same thing. It's still a bucket of bolts.
Correct. This is a bucket.
See? What'd I tell you?
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
I mean, yeah.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
What does that even mean? How?
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
Yes.
Okay. You and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't
There's a bucket
appreciate
right
the
there.
implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
Yes.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence, and yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket?
Yeah.
Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart.
No, it's
I
not.
can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the
What?
game
No!
entirely.
You can't do
Okay,
that!
Here we go.
No, stop!
What happened? Is everything gone? Why
I
did
told
everything
you.
disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket?
Look,
Every single
I
thing in
tried
the
to
game was a
warn
bucket?
you!
Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket
Well, I mean,
either.
obviously,
Oh,
I'm
this
not
is
a bucket.
Wonderful news. We're not buckets.
I was just
Yes,
wrong about
I
you
actually
being a
feel
bucket.
much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay?
Good.
And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Cool. Oh my gosh, what was I doing again?
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing.
There's an achievement for checking this door 5 times.
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement?
There's an
Click
achievement?
a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth?
Yeah, apparently, yes.
No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now, suppose you were to click the door 20 times.
Okay.
I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
Oh, 20 more times. I think you're lying to me.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
Alright. I'll give myself carpal tunnel. It's for the achievement. That I didn't know existed until mere moments ago.
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
I don't know where that is. Hold on, Bucket, I'll be back.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
Oh, okay, here I go. I'm gonna do it. Is that back here? No. I don't remember where doors are. Oh.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
Okay. This is a thing that we're doing.
Now, back to door number 437.
Okay, alright, here we go.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine?
I knew it! The copy machine! I knew it would be something. I always knew. Where do you think all this paper came from? Where is the copy machine? I know I've seen it like 20 million times, but I don't remember where it is. Oh, it's right here.
All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're
okay,
getting
here
somewhere.
we go. All right, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
I'll think about it. Man, if only I could jump.
Yes! This is great!
It
You're
is.
putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
I'll think about it. Very hard. New content!
Almost got it! Now the copy machine, do that one again!
Alright, yeah, here we go. Yo, Bucket, this is hype.
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430! Yes! We did it! Oh, wow. That felt amazing.
I did it.
Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now, what were you thinking?
I don't know. Somebody just challenged me to do it, and that happened, I guess. All right,
The
Bucket.
confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
All right, chat, where should I go? I have so many options, like 5 of them. I don't know how many options there are. I just gave an arbitrary number. Into the basement? Okay.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps
Is the basement
it
the
truly
Adventure
was.
Line? I actually
How
don't remember which one
insightful the
Adventure
bucket
Line
turned out
was.
to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
I'll definitely do that.
Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here.
Good.
I knew you'd find this place eventually.
Okay.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley.
Oh, no.
We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere.
What?
The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content.
It is, I know.
We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line
I
and
still
the
love
Broom
you.
Closet. Because that's what
I barely got
fans
to
want
interact
from a
with you.
sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line?
I mean, kinda.
We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Okay. My wife is standing in front of the fireplace.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Hooray! Following the line, just as I did before, but also there's a bucket here.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue? Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
That
It's as
didn't
classic
happen.
now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
What are you trying to imply?
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
No. Adventure Line,
Can
how could
guess
you
what the
betray
Bucket
me?
Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
No. No.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the bucket destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the bucket destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of bucket destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the bucket destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the bucket destroyer until you crush that damn bucket.
But the Adventure Line is still here.
The fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
I blame Plant in the corner.
The bucket destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
It was kind of mid. Alright, what was I doing? I don't know, something involving buckets.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply... Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Yeah.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Bottom text.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I knew it.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Where are the other two, actually?
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's
What?
just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket.
But it has my name
How
on
did
it.
I end up with someone else's bucket?
And a
This
bucket
is all
sticker.
terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts
What?
of bizarre
Where did it go?
hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd.
Yeah, it is,
Now
but it
he
also
thought
isn't
himself floating off the
consistent.
ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next.
Bucket.
None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Buckets!
Come to me, Stanley. Find me.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful.
Ow.
Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
Huh. I know her from that one time I knew her.
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him.
But he did.
Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
Yeah, as you do. Alright, what was I doing?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
I will
and
control
entered
the
door
minds of
that.
everyone. As you do. Bottom text. Okay, well, spoiler alert, there's one on the toilet. Who took these pictures of them? Okay. I like happy face.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Oh, I'm allowed in here this time. Finally, fluorescent paper, my friend. Alright, enough of that.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would. And he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed that Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck.
Whoa!
Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Yep. Is there anything for going up and down the elevator over and over again? Or going to mind control floor?
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
If you say so.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped
I think
to life,
the problem I
and
have
Stanley
with
nearly
ending the
dropped bucket
stream
in
at any
shock.
point now
Everyone
is like,
in the office was being
what all is
videotaped,
even left?
monitored like
Because
guinea
like,
pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and
does
it
not
very
really
nearly
feel like
burst
there's
into
particularly
tears as
much
Stanley
left
cradled it
to
gently,
me.
reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Because even if I'm just
Was the
backtracking
bucket
over the,
under mind
like,
control
the endings I've
facility's
seen already,
influence as
like,
well? Had the bucket been
that's
told
kind of
to
it.
do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never!
I mean, don't let me
He
stop you from
squeezed the bucket
sleeping.
tighter.
The VOD will
His
be
one
there.
friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls.
Oh no!
Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along?
Bucket, no!
To take over the machine and claim the power for itself?
System Po!
How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds.
Yeah?
The control buttons became active again.
Wow, birds!
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world.
Birds
The
are
mind
pretty
controls
silly.
were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, living through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
And Stanley was happy.
Birds. Anyway, what was I doing?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. The good old bucket.
Bucket.
Just Stanley and the bucket. Off on another thrilling adventure together.
Yep, that's me.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to
Bucket
his chest.
holder
This was not the
extraordinaire.
correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
It always is.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Yeah.
No, never mind. The
That's
bucket
rude.
was wrong.
You can't just say the bucket's
Stanley
wrong.
took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest
Is there
friend.
a thing over to the
So
left
he
there?
threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Well, I mean, I could have fallen off before.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
Why does it feel like this
Stanley
corridor is
clutched the
longer
bucket tightly
sometimes?
to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
It's
But
like
Stanley
a
had felt
secret
the bucket
loading
calling
trick,
to him,
'cause-
telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind.
Bucket
the bucket
wrong.
was wrong.
Apparently.
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo
Yeah, there is a
lift, yes.
collectible over
Go
there.
there. Go to the cargo lift.
Oh my gosh, a vent. Was this always here?
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler Anmarines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it.
That would
We'll
be great.
Different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler Anmarines. None of us can.
I'm very sus right now. All right, cassette tapes. Oh, it adds a non-bucket ending here? That's silly. Oh. I did a thing.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track.
There's a lot.
Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms.
I don't know. This is a great bucket.
Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it.
Yeah.
Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
I don't know. Buckets are pretty cool, I think. So anyway, what was I doing?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
The whiteboard ending?
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office.
I did it.
But it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction.
Dog mode. I have turned on dog mode. Alright, dog mode enabled. Here we go.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room?
Nah.
Yes, Stanley thought to him. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
What do you mean
Stanley
too slow?
took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. A cargo lift, yeah, good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he
Where's the
unthinkingly
infinity
did whatever
hole?
the bucket asked.
In here,
said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
I will do it. I will become forklift certified.
Now pick up the phone,
said the bucket.
Pick up the phone, and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
And also, I have a dog now. Okay.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head. Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Okay.
Well, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me?
Nope.
Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think. It can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it.
I heard the same
It
thing
doesn't
with
do
the
anything
with the
else.
cube. Okay.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
All right.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
Yeah, definitely. Yep.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say?
The weight channel.
Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
It could definitely do that. Yep.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Yep.
Oh no. I'm having feelings for the bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes, the bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me.
Not.
Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
It's my bucket. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
The embrace of an old friend. A
It's
weathered
true.
companionship that stands...
Stanley pressed the bucket upon every little thing. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on it. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct?
No.
Never mind. The bucket was wrong.
Bucket can
Stanley
never
took
be
the door on
correct,
his left
apparently.
To go back to the meeting room.
I don't know how that works.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. A cargo lift. Yeah, good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he
where's that last
did
figure
whatever the
at?
bucket asked.
Like, I'm gonna unplug the phone, but...
In here,
said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone?
I did it.
Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking.
Oh yeah, I haven't done
Obviously,
the escape
the bucket
ending.
isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke.
Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket.
Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you
Yeah,
actually
there's the
took me
window
seriously.
ending.
Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't
If only I
exactly
had
an
a skip
instructional
button.
video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
Good. Let's do it.
What is comedic timing? What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds?
Maybe.
Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes.
Good.
Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body.
Maybe.
These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing.
Up high.
To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next,
J-I-M.
provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming,
"Okay.
I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
I already forgot the line.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threaten our very existence and who very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Don't reprint or distribute.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
Okay, let's do it. Here we go. I see the funny railings are back.
I can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches.
The catwalk isn't there anymore.
A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept. The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now. Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley.
The bucket spoke.
The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
Yeah. Thinking is for suckers anyway. All right, we're here.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
I definitely will do that.
What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this.
Yeah.
There was supposed to be a build-up to this point. A dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone.
Yep.
But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have
screwed up.
The phone room comes immediately after the two doors room. What an egregious mistake.
How did that happen?
Myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again. Yes, surely
Please do.
That will help me improve my... Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
All right, here I go. I'm gonna do it.
What? We're back at the phone already? No. Here we go. You ready?
Yeah,
When
what happened to my
Stanley and the
bucket sticker?
Came to a set of 2 open doors, they entered the door on the left.
I'm mad. Now I'll never know if it's a bucket or not.
You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone.
But you just said left.
Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley.
It's not very nice.
I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes.
Good one.
Well, let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame. Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal, I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley.
This guy's not getting a handle on this.
The whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is.
Sorry, Leroy.
That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
That's the narrator gets obsessed with instructional videos ending, I guess?
Whoa, the bumpscosity in here is really getting up there, isn't it? No
Yeah.
matter, the story must carry on no matter how much or how little bumpscosity there is.
I agree.
The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things.
Out the window.
Yes, whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear. We've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self. The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history.
Finally.
Of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein. Of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger. Of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity, and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps, if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception.
Maybe.
This was way too much for Stanley.
Yeah, this is getting to be a bit much.
What are you talking about? He screamed.
Don't talk
You're
for
a
me.
Bucket.
I don't even
this,
talk.
The bucket furrowed its brow. No, said the bucket. Not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured vaults. I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No! Stanley screamed even louder this time. This is stupid!
I would never say these things!
Bucket! This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this? As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like... My God, Stanley,
What? No!
You did it. You saved us from the bucket.
But
Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power.
Yeah, I did that, I
we would
guess.
have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
You and I both know that's not true. Alright, what was I doing?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but
yeah, I know,
Stanley
right?
is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly
the only
to
other
his
thing I can
chest
think of
and
is
entered the
falling
door on
into
his left.
brain control and also falling into death. I'm still missing a figure, but I don't know where it would be.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's
I mean, escape
office.
ending is the only one that has, like, more spaces to explore.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Yeah, non-bucket. Also, I don't know if going up and down the elevator would change. Like, it feels like everything I haven't done is on this half of the world.
Stanley and the bucket walked
I wish I
straight
could
ahead
go
through
up.
the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
I got stuck.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death. The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around
Which
and
ending
get back
can I
on track.
access with not the bucket?
At
It
this
feels
point,
like I can
Stanley
access
and the
with all
bucket
of
were
them.
knowingly walking forward into a very
yeah.
painful death for each of them.
Oops, I tripped. Oh. Yeah, I mean, I guess. I can't access blue and red door.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the bucket.
Fair
but what
enough.
use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere.
It wasn't a waste of time.
Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death.
Yeah. I died. Where's
It
the
was
two?
a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
It's so glorious, I don't even have it anymore. Wow.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
Bucket, go to heaven. Push many buttons. I'm pretty sure that's more than 25 buckets. Pretty sure. Bucket with 2 handles? The Inferno bucket. Yeah, me too.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
Hanging bucket. Is that the hole? Is it hole time? The stress bucket. Yep. No commentary necessary. Well, I like how I just missed the one thing. It's great. Alright, it's hole time. Apparently. Oh, never mind. Sadly, it's not hole time because there's an invisible floor.
There is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game.
Okay.
Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as
But
leader,
the bucket's
as
with
commander
me.
of a new world, a new vision.
Anyway, what was I doing? Yada, yada, yada.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed
I have
a memo.
mysteriously forgotten my bucket.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
It was okay.
No, you can't just say it was okay.
But
That's
eager to get back to
rude.
business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Doors are stupid.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Yeah, what are you gonna do now?
Stanley had now gotten himself so far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it seemed the office had begun. So far off the beaten path that it
Did it.
You didn't think I was actually just a recording, did you? What a silly and trite explanation that would be. All the back and forth between you and me, all the absurd adventures we've been through, and it all turns out I'm just a tape recording?
Yeah.
It was all
Can you
just
imagine?
in Stanley's head. I bet that's the kind of twist you think is revelatory. I bet each and every time you watch a movie where it turns out all to be in the main character's imagination, you must absolutely bolt off the couch in pure shock at the phenomenal and intricate storytelling. It must be so simple to be you. Life being an unending waterfall of surprises and delights. How much more exciting you must find the world than the rest of us do. Now I've become sad. Look what you've done to me. This is all your fault.
I pressed a button. Anyway, what was I doing?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
I just made him sad
Stanley
again.
decided to go to the meeting room.
That's all that happened.
Perhaps he had simply missed a...
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I mean, someone could just tell me where is... Oh, actually, I didn't... Nobody told me there was a thing over here that just had an actual checklist. I mean, red and blue immediately reminds me of the doors, but I apparently can't get to them, so... I'm not sure what that refers to. Oh, I have to get it without
Coming
the
to a
bucket.
staircase,
Okay.
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Fair enough. Can I do the thing with this?
Stepping in...
Cool. Is there anything different if I go down here? Like, at all? I guess the door's just closed. I've done it. I have proceeded to walk backwards. Yeah, I've noticed that this intro area just seems to kind of randomly change. I am now leaving. Here I go, leaving. Definitely. Time to leave. Man, I'm so not used to people, like, saying hello in the chat. Nobody says hello. Everybody just says exclamation point hug or something. You know what I mean? Actually, why isn't exclamation point hey a thing? That should be a thing. Alright, time to escape. I mean, admittedly, that's half of the reason why I kind of wanted to, make the thing so that it do without command. Anyway, what was I doing?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to
where
a
was
set
red
of
and
two
blue
open
door
doors,
again?
he entered the door.
That was
on his
unplugging
left.
the phone, right?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and
Or the
Stanley knew it
catwalk.
perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
No, don't say okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
The door barked at me instead
Stanley
of
was so
closing.
bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you forgot. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Hold that thought.
And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly.
Yeah!
Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it.
I did it!
Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward. I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Yeah. Chair.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
Alright, fine.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time?
Is there any reason in
The problem is
continuing
all
this,
these
actually?
choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running.
I'm not even
just
gonna
the way
lie, I
we're
don't
doing
remember
right
what this
now.
one is.
Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much
Oh no!
happier.
That's the beep of accidentally beginning again. Mr. Watch, what have you done? Where was I again?
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life?
I mean, it was pretty
Didn't it
good.
fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would
Finally!
love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more
We can have an existential crisis over negative Steam reviews.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
I've ruined the number.
And here was a second Stanlerine.
Yeah.
You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest.
I did!
Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini-Stan? Can you remember?
Are you actually, like, keeping track? I mean, I'm not surprised, I suppose, but...
No. Under the stairs was the 4th place you found a Figanley, not the 3rd. Well, I guess perhaps I shouldn't be surprised. Memories like these are so precious and so cherished that they all just sort of blend together, don't they? You know what? If under the stairs feels like the 3rd place you found a collectible, then who am I to go making judgments? Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh, well,
yeah, definitely
I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
Yep. I mean, is there any reason to get it right? I mean, what happens if you get it right?
This was the 5th mini-Stan, and this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion.
Video?
Enjoy.
Oh my gosh! I love Windows Movie Maker! Oh my heck! Here it is! Yeah, I did! Please remember to rate 5 stars.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
8?
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Oh my gosh, the blue door. What? They both lead to the same place. Everything I know is a lie.
And then
I mean, good.
There was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone.
Oh, okay. But the fern was there.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines?
And the fern?
Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction.
Okay,
See how that feels.
Oh, okay. Bye, Fern. I'll miss you.
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this.
Me too.
I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
Right, fair enough. I'm glad dog mode is still active.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
I found it! Yeah, I did it! All right! Somebody's doing 2 times play speed.
Yes, I love that video.
Pink room, pink room, pink
Still
room,
don't
pink
remember
room.
the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
It's pretty good. It's pink. And, other qualities, probably.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Aw. Can't just put a black void there. It's rude. My boss can't work in a black void.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember?
Yep.
Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figlarines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
An exit sign, apparently. Is it?
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is. I want more. More memories.
I miss being able to jump. It was pretty fun.
Oh, yes! The 2 doors!
How'd we get
Who
here?
could have forgotten that? A classic memory,
How
this
did you
one.
forget them?
And before everything else, there was your office.
Yeah?
Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different.
Yeah, the Steam
I
store
used to make
page.
big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore.
Oh, no.
But he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory?
I
Let's
like
go back
memories.
just once. And give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
I do like that guy. Probably. Close and reopen the game? What was I doing? The sequel is now paused. Okay, good night. And when you say close and relaunch, that means like fully close, I assume. And like reload it through Steam and all that. Okay. Goodbye, video game. I'll miss you. We're gonna see my, oh no, it's Twitch! My window is not properly placed. I mean, this apparently doesn't matter. Because it never seemed correct. What am I doing? What are you doing? I did, actually. But it never seemed to work right. Yep. You're correct. I mean, it didn't seem to matter, but feel free to prove me wrong. That is true. I mean, I have my bumpscosity set. Okay, I'll think about it. I love video game. Okay, well, goodbye. Oh no, the horrificness that is Steam and also my Twitch dashboard or whatever. Man, crows. Yeah, it's true. I already have Mr. Watch. Why would I need... Yep, I did. That's true. I mean, it was 3 hours ago. And, you know, a few extra. It's pretty inaccurate, but not completely. Yeah. Yeah, I'm the settings grand champion or whatever. Alright. Good to know. Anyway, bye. This is not what I expected to be doing, but here we are. You already made me do this one, it's just the stream never saw it. Friends. That's pretty good. Alright, gotcha. I'm feeling here. Occuboinkle or Scrumtush? I'm feeling this one. Mostly. Okay. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Watch, for helping. Yeah. I mean, I assume. No. There are many things. No. I don't know, probably. Am I still killing? All right, goodbye. This is the most important part of the stream. Are you sure I'll know when I can stop? I don't know anything about this game. I have to keep moving the window slightly to the left. Nope. Yep. I mean, I kind of gathered that. Oh no. That's not completely true. No. Okay. Okay. Finally. Did somebody press the skip button a bunch? Or what's going on? Oh yeah. Welcome back. Yeah, so I've just been wandering around this desert for many years. It's so weird how that one guy was so worried about, you know, the open world. Oh. Chair and campfire. Alright, well, this place is boring. Uh-oh. And chair and other chair-related friends. Where'd the campfire go? That's truly what I wanted to know. Now it's dark, which means it's probably very cold. Hey, look, the moon. Not Tyranitar. Uh-oh. The sun. That's the opposite of the moon. Finally. The memory zone. I have found you. Is that way out there? Game, you can't just present me with two potential options. I love whatever this is. It's the best. You made it. Good. Everything is right with the world. Dang it. If only I had some way of moving the sand. Like, I don't know, some kind of device I could use for picking things up and putting it elsewhere. Tragically, such a thing does not exist. What was that? Cookie 9? Wow. The redemption arc. The opposite of that, actually. I wasn't paying attention to words. Man, heck with Cookie 9. Can't believe that guy. I'm gonna click the search button. Search for better review. And there's a little bit of a time gap going on here. Finally.
Jim.
That's my name. Get on the green. I love advertisements. They're the best.
Stanley, Jim.
What did you just say to me?
Stanley. Jim.
Bucket, we're leaving. Alright. Finally. Man, I miss the dog. I'll try. Oh, hey, what up? What are you doing here? Yeah, what up? It's been a while. An undescribed long amount of time. That sounds great. Oh, thank goodness. Oh, alright, here we go. The final baby. Alright. Let's do it. Yeah, that's accurate. Huh. But I don't know where the machine is. Okay, I'll do it. Here I go. Don't judge me, it's after 3 a.m. Yeah, that's good. The final baby. I love Car. Gosh, how much is even... Car. It's true, I did never do the pit. I've never seen the infinity pit.
This is the story.
Where's the infinity pit? What was I doing again?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace. Protective, yet delicate. Assertive, yet compassionate. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
See, the problem with this game and ending the stream now is like...
Still no one was here.
I feel like
Stanley
I should
needed the
have
bucket's
ended
warmth and comfort now
as soon
more
as
than
new
ever.
content was
Perhaps
touched.
his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it?
I can't believe I did that.
Along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Also, I have to mess with this elevator still. Ugh.
The elevator raced downward. plummeting towards
Part of my problem
an
at this
unknown
point is that
fate.
felt like a good stopping point,
It
so
would
like
be all
continuing
Stanley
feels
could do to
frivolous
keep
at this
himself
point.
together, if not for the bucket. Soothing
But
him, comforting
I guess
him,
there's only like
reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley.
there's only the
Everything will be
pit
fine.
and then the elevator. Unless something happens if I go to new content with the bucket.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Of course there's stuff
The
in new
lights
content.
rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility, he tripped and fell over the railing and into the dark void below.
I tripped alright.
Thankfully, he fell directly onto the bucket, which safely cushioned
Oh,
his
thank
fall.
goodness.
Now, what to do next? Stanley wondered. Stanley and the bucket could find no way out of this enormous pit, and so eventually they decided that the best thing to do would be to simply get comfortable down here.
We're comfy
So
now.
they set up a little couch and relaxed. It
All
really
right.
wasn't so bad down here. A bit cold, perhaps. After some time had gone by, they installed a few shelves as well, and a sort of kitchenette that was useful for when the bucket was craving paninis.
Yeah. Which is
But
always.
it wasn't until the rugs and the standing lamps came in that it really started to feel like a home. In fact, after some time, Stanley realized that it had been ages since he had even thought of the mind control facility at all.
Yeah, what even is
He'd
that?
never gotten to fully explore what was up there, never been able to unearth the many mysteries of the mind control facility. This lack of closure began to eat at him. Soon he was dwelling on his regrets, and the state of their home slowly decayed as Stanley became withdrawn and neglected the cleaning. It unsettled the bucket deeply. Stanley wasn't usually like this. The bucket tried to reach out to him again and again, but to no avail. All Stanley could think about, all he could talk about, was going back, doing it over again, staying on the path.
Yeah.
It was a mistake to leave the path. It was a mistake. It was a mistake. I need to do what the narrator says. I need to see the true ending. This made no sense at all to the bucket, which was simply trying to live its life down here as comfortably as possible. Yet Stanley was unconsolable. This isn't an ending. This is just a hole in the ground.
I've been there before.
Bucket sighed. True, it wasn't an ending. But it's where we happen to be. And maybe, possibly, if we accept the reality of things, maybe this will become an ending eventually. It's what the bucket was counting on. The two of them waited for a very long time.
I'm waiting. What doing again was I?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Grab bucket.
Stanley's bucket. The only co-worker he would ever truly need. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Because as it is, in the new content, like at the start,
Still
I want
no
to say
one
there
was
was another
here.
path I didn't
Stanley
go
needed
on.
the bucket's warmth and
as it
comfort now
is.
more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where, coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
And like, I could be wrong, but...
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by... But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck.
I remember when this thing
it
was just
the
open
bucket
automatically.
all
That was
along?
pretty good.
Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
I'm not gonna lie, I 100% forgot where the baby is.
Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3.
I like
I want
3.
to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The
Oh,
bucket
baby
said
was
nothing.
blue door. Okay. Which I guess I can't go to anyway. Alright, here I go. Time for 3.
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolutely slamming on the number 3 over and over and over.
8.
8.
Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley, who had always felt such a connection with the bucket. How was this not as exciting to the bucket as it was to him? Once Stanley had had enough of the number 3, he got back in the elevator.
Fine. 3 is overrated anyway.
Perhaps the bucket had missed something. Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly. A hint of regret nagged in the back of Stanley's mind. Should he demonstrate the number 3 for the bucket again?
Yes.
No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet, not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing.
Yeah, well, the bucket just doesn't understand, alright? I understand. It's the bucket that doesn't.
Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears. And the whole time, he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator.
The bucket just doesn't understand. Can't believe.
Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator. He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be?
A suggestion? Oh boy.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
I didn't, though. I'm waiting for Callum's suggestion with bated breath. I mean, I guess I know that.
Said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart. He decided right then and there that he would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's.
Yeah.
And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work.
I understand.
For months, he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for anything in his life.
3.
This was it. One last chance to win the bucket over. One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one. There was no one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting, he was a failure, and in that moment Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
Well, what was I doing again? I don't know, probably quitting the game, apparently. The final baby is no more. Oh no, my horrible, ugly desktop. It's not my desktop at all, but, you know. Ah, why'd you move down there? Don't do that. Stupid. What are you doing? Let's see, Forgotten Zone. I did it! It's the Forgotten Zone. Remember that time my wife was blocking the door? Anyway, bye. Man, they're making sequels at a breakneck pace. Crocodile Printer Jam. Aw, the dog and cat are friends! Finally! Destruction of Cowboy. Oh, the pineapple and chicken are friends! Thank goodness. What the heck is happening? Danger of skeleton. Anyway, bye. Alright, finally. 8. The sequel everyone's been waiting for. Apparently. The pencil. Alright, well here we are at Stanley Parable 8. The pencil. Anyway. Oh, thank heavens.
Hold on. What's this?
8. 8. 8. 8.
The Stanley Parable 8? No,
Eight.
no. This doesn't look right at
8.
all. The Stanley Parable takes place in an office building. There are doors and branching paths.
8.
This is just a button that says 8.
8.
Where did the Stanley Parable
8.
go?
8. 8.
I'm so glad.
8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8.
Well, I'm looking around and I really can't find the game anywhere. No boss's office or mind control facility or any of that. Literally just this 8 button. And what's worse is that you seem to be having a better time with this nonsense game than with the story I wrote for you. I'm actually a little insulted.
8.
Isn't this just what the demo is?
8. 8. 8. 8. 8.
See, because I had a passing thought of playing the
Well,
demo.
I don't know what happened to the Stanley Parable or what the 8 button is, but apparently you're having a riveting time with it. And frankly, I don't even want to pander to someone who finds this enjoyable. So with that, I guess just go ahead and enjoy the Stanley Parable 8.
8.
But I'm glad that it turns out I don't have to.
8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8.
See, this is my kind of game.
8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8.
Oh no! Boss! That's distracting! There's a pile of controllers back here. That's for some reason. Wow, I really can't leave, huh? I mean, fair enough.
8. 8. 8.
Anyway. Huh, alright. I guess we're done. The pencil. How much is left in New Zone is my question. I will not be saving the baby for 4 hours. What actually happens if you do that? Stanley Parable 9, Whisper of poison. All right. I love dog.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply...
Is Stanley, without the bucket, really Stanley at all? No. No, surely not.
All right.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about
Why?
how roundly disappointing this ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
I hate to be that guy, but we're a little behind.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think
Are
of
we
all the new
re-releasing the
territory
second
we'll
game
cover with a
specifically?
fully fledged sequel, an entirely new experience built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
All right. The achievement machine. I was gonna say we're at 9 games. You're a little behind.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
I did it!
As you can see, the machine is not working yet since... What? Wait, what in the holy hell is going on? You got the achievement?
Yeah.
Why did the machine work? Stanley, I didn't fix it. I didn't do anything to it. I swear, it
Listen,
was broken
don't
just
worry
a second
about it.
ago. Who fixed it? Is someone here? Are we being watched? Oh, God. Composure. Composure. Yes, as you can see, the machine is working as normal, as I intended.
Yeah.
It truly speaks to the awe-inspiring magic of the Stanley Parable 2. Breathe. Just breathe.
Yeah, look, it's fine, alright? It's got an achievement. It's good. I can get another bucket? I can go back to the hole?
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
I can't believe the jump circle is a lie. I'm calling it a lie because I
Stanley
want
Parable
to.
2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential. Wait, there are 2 buckets here. How did you get a second bucket? Oh no, the warmth and comfort of a single bucket is already so great, so intoxicatingly wonderful. With 2 buckets, there's no telling. Stanley, can you still hear me? Are you with me?
Yes.
Stanley! Oh, thank God, I didn't lose you. Stanley, The power of 2 buckets was too much. I had to destroy both of them.
What?
I know how much the bucket meant to you, but I couldn't take the risk. I hope one day you can forgive me.
I can't. This is unforgivable. I wanted to kill that bucket. Unfortunately, I reverse timed that one ending where I did that. Well, now I don't have a bucket anymore, so I'm sad. That's new. Out of order? How do you know? Can't believe. I'm going back to the infinite hole.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium. You see, isn't it wonderful?
Yeah, it's great.
One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I
Where
do
was
say
it?
So.
In
Now
the
then,
sequel.
Since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
So are we done at this point?
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe
Game
do it
is
on the
weird,
sooner rather than later
but like in a
spectrum
good
of
way.
things. Okay, Stanley, I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone
Yeah, and
to
I'm
say
sad
that
that I
it isn't an
didn't see
astonishingly deep
that
hole.
it was anywhere.
Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley.
My dot is
I'm a
slightly
liar
bigger
and
than the
cheat,
light
and
at the
you're
top.
So clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of
There's
the
a
hole.
disco
and we can move
secret.
on. I'll just be up here when you're ready. Great.
Here
Now,
I am.
I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
I mean, that's true, though. Like, what all did I miss, I guess? Because, I mean, you know. I'm going to assume there were several things I could have used the power of jumping. My problem with the jump circle thing is that I don't understand why it's limited forever. Like, what's the purpose of that, anyway? It just feels very arbitrary to me. Because it's like, I don't know, like, I saw that and I'm like, alright, something funny's gonna happen when I run out of jumps.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked
I don't
myself,
think this is my longest
what do players
non-LPIA.
really want? And of course, the first
I mean,
and
in
most
fact, it
obvious
absolutely
answer is
isn't.
that they want to be
'Cause,
individually recognized and validated as people. So
I
with
have
that in
some
mind,
long
my
stream.
first
I think
addition
the
to the game
longest
is
stream.
this button, which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
The longest stream I recall, because I looked this up semi-recently, is like, there was a Mario Odyssey stream from when the game came out. It was like 14 hours or something. And I mean, not even counting that, I recall like one of the very earliest streams, I did like Banjo-Tooie practically all in one sitting, and that was like 14 hours. Because, you know, heck with my voice, apparently. Who needs it? I'm pretty sure I've never breached higher than 14 hours. Like, I don't think I've ever done 15.
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim. Sleeping
I don't
and
know if
waking
that's
as
really a
Jim,
goal I want
falling
to
in
achieve,
love
to
and
be
being
fair.
heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust.
Yeah, this guy's talking a
Do you
whole lot.
feel
It's
it
great.
deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so,
Quit the game arbitrarily right now. I did. Hold on, we gotta go to 10. This is important. For no reason other than I want to. Ten. A game of computer virus. Alright, well, I guess that's Stanley Parable. I didn't really expect to do this all in one stream, if I'm honest, but, well, I guess all is not quite the correct word, I suppose, but I mean, if there's not that much left, I guess there's not much of a reason to do more. I don't know how entertaining I can keep this without repeating content over and over, essentially. What's this disco secret about, anyway? I mean, it's less I'm tired of hearing the narrator and more I've already heard that particular set of dialogue, so... Oh well, leaving secrets for other people to discover is apparently a thing I do. I don't know. Anyway, that was a game. Probably. What did I title this stream? I already forgot. A video game, I think. There we go. I did enjoy it. Okay, you know what? If it's that easy to disco, we'll end with disco.
All of his
was in
co-workers
fact
were
the game
gone.
of all time.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps as Stanley lifted his bucket, he felt a connection to all buckets everywhere.
Yeah.
This adventure, he decided, was for all of them. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd... Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I feel like the only disappointment I had with this game is there is a lot of repeated stuff.
To discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by
Like,
the
it kind of
weight
tries
this,
to
Stanley
shortcut
guessed
some
the
of
correct
it, but
code by
like...
sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes.
Doesn't seem
this
like
is
all of
certainly
it.
the most logical explanation.
Also, this up button doesn't work. I can't make this elevator go more up.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of
Because
uncertainty,
that's the thing, to get
he
all the
would
way
be
back
right.
to where I want to go, I have
The
to go a
bucket is
pretty
here for
long
you, Stanley.
distance.
Everything will be fine.
And I guess in some ways you could argue it's
Stanley and the bucket
narratively
walked straight
important
ahead
or
through the
whatever,
large door
but...
that read, Mind Control Facility.
Like, it
The
kind of
monk's
has to
nose
be that way
on an
for it to
enormous
work, and I
room packed
understand
with
that,
television
but...
screens. What horrible secret did this place hold?
It is a mild
Stanley and the
turn-off
bucket both
at
wondered
some
to
points.
themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs.
What up with this one up here,
had never
anyway?
seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
What happened to 234?
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Just remembering that elevator. Door open. I did it! Once you go secret. Secret mode engaged. Check out all these secrets. I love secrets. I'm glad somebody installed this. I almost just walk up. That would have been funny. Alright, well, goodbye everyone. I'll remember you all in therapy.
But just as Stanley was about to proceed further into the mind control facility...
The game accidentally shut off somehow. That was so weird. Anyway, bye.